Hello, 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 everyone. How are we all doing today? A little bit early. Not too early, though. I realize. Hey, Gayfesh. Hey, Lawboy. Hey, Noopy, good to see you. Soft Heather, Windleby, Sinex, Majin, Melly, 404, Lodic, Soft Heather, Table Knife, and Defenestrator. Wonderful to see you all here today. Very happy you all showed up. Did I get the WA Notify app? I forgot, but I should. I will do that. I will put a note for myself to do that later. That is a very good idea. That's a good idea. Good as fuck idea. All right. So, do I have Apple or Android? Apple. I use an iPhone, which is my camera. So you are seeing me thanks to the power of an iPhone. Don't remember which model is. 10 something? Last year's model. You finished the drawing? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, we'll do that. Let's take a look at that art there, Cash. Let's take a look at your art. We got a lot of fun-ass stuff today. But first, we're going to open up the stream. Whoa! love his hair. On stream, you bet. Look at this. Oh, shit. Look, we can get a close-up. Look at that hair. Oh, fuck, that's so cool. This is some good-ass details. Hey, nice arm hair drawing as well. Damn. Damn, Cash. Holy shit, that's great. Yeah, right? I love it. I love him. There you go. There you go. See? We got 1 million talented artists here. It's incredible. Okay, so what do we got to talk about? Well, first of all, the chair. I just want to thank you all of you who are here who helped. You made it possible for me to get a new chair that doesn't hurt my back. It's actually amazing. And don't worry, I did really good work and made sure I got literally the best deal you could possibly imagine. You can't get a better deal on a chair like this. This is a brand motherfucking new, well, not really new. It's like new. Used chair I got for less than half of the normal cost. No joke. But it is absolutely amazing. Well, now that's the Squid's chair. Where's the old chair? Right there. Right there. There's the old chair. And it's Squid's chair now. It's Splotch's chair. And he's holding the sign on it. Look at that. Squid, yeah. Exactly. Splotch is part of the background now. Yeah, it was red this entire time. Yep. So here's how it's different. This is really boring, but basically, wait, why are we becoming a felon? Oh, yes. We're going to talk about that, Rakasan. Don't you worry. We got a lot of stuff to talk about this stream. We have an absolute fuckload. Yeah, it's a sustainable purchase. These chairs usually tend to last about 10 years, if not more. These are very durable chairs. This is the type of chair that, like, high-end programming firms will buy. And in fact, they did. Unfortunately, a lot of office space places have gone under. So I, being connected to some awesome people such as my partner, Grime Dango told me, hey, did you know a lot of office spaces have gone under, and so furniture warehouses have a fuckload of good chairs. You should go check. And so I did. And as it turns out, they had literally dozens of these Herman Miller Aeron Type B, a chair that normally costs well over $1,000, and I got it for less than half that. They last for a long time. These are very durable chairs. Is there dogweed like there's catweed? I don't know. Yeah, I know. So I was very frugal, very, very good with the contribution money, and I now have a chair that not only has proper lumbar support, but that isn't crap, and it's in like new position. Almost no one has ever used this chair. It's been refurbished, unofficially refurbished. They went back and detailed it and painted it. Everything has been checked. Any loose pieces have been replaced, and I got it for less than half. Absolutely incredible. One of my favorite things ever. Yeah, maybe, I don't care. That just adds to the edge, right? The last programmer was killed. But I'm very, very happy with it. And yeah, makes it haunted, which is cool. Being haunted is cool as fuck, right? So that's the first thing I wanted to talk about. Yeah, this chair is fantastic so far. It's really great. Yeah, so they got crunched in that chair. Yeah, maybe it was somebody who was in a debate with me, little did I know, and they were so beaten that they knew they had to give up being at their computer forever. Could be. So what else do we have to discuss? I have a couple of other things to discuss before we get into the content for the day. I did. That's exactly what happened, Jessica Metal. It would be really cool if Sawant can get game developers in Seattle unionized. That would indeed be cool. We will see what happens. We will see. Sawant's been doing a lot of good shit. Plus, the recall campaign against Sawant failed, as it is wont to do. Also, hello YouTube chat. I'm going to do my best, as always, to try and keep an eye on YouTube chat. For all of you who are here, please like the video. And if you haven't, subscribe. Liking the video bumps it up in the algorithm so that more people come hang out with us, which is what we want to have happen. Also, good to see you, Leah. Good to see you, Set. Good to see you, Fleam X. Good to see you, Stephanie. And Max, of course, good to see you. L Shanks, wonderful to see you. So make sure you give that a like. Same thing, if you're on the website, make sure you just pop through to YouTube if you can and give it a like. No. I want to pay attention to YouTube chat, Table Knife. Listen, I want to build a good YouTube chat if possible. I know it's hard, but I want to try. Hey, Good Faith Actor, great to see you. Have you missed anything? Nope, we just started a Tonalology. I was just talking about the chair that you all helped make happen. So thank you for that. Seriously. Next thing, the website has been updated. Did you know that? That's really exciting, isn't it? The website has been updated. So now we don't have to go through the refreshing chat rigmarole every time we add new emotes, or we shouldn't have to. And you can now see the new emotes up on the screen. Additionally, it is now possible to gift subs anonymously. So like, not anonymously, randomly. So what you can do is, much like on Twitch, you can go to the gift screen and you can go, and you can just throw subs out to the white names in chat and it will automatically give it to random people in chat. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that incredible? That's one of the new features. There's also been a big, wide selection of bug fixes. There's been a wide selection of quality of life improvements. And soon, I'm going to be adding a stream schedule to the website. So if you want to know when I'm going to stream, I'm going to have the stream schedule up on there so you can, make it easy for you. That's my goal. My goal is to continue making it as easy and comfortable and fun to enjoy whatever content I make going forward. So there we go. Those are the main updates. Was Joe added to the site? Joe? What is my stream schedule? Well, right now I don't have one fully knocked down. Ah, you got me. You got me, a username. You got me. My stream schedule, I almost always stream at 3 p.m. PST. However, I don't have a set schedule right now, but I'm going to in the future. And what I'm going to be aiming to do is I'm going to do, and this is tentative, but it's probably going to end up being Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then one weekend stream. So probably doing gaming stuff on the weekend. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Because I can't do every single day. It's too much, and I don't want you all to get bored of me. That would make me really sad. I don't want anyone to get bored of my content. So, and I would prefer to stay somewhat rested. So yeah. Yeah. Yes, Breadwave. Is this the same system that Vosh is using? Secret dev collaboration? Not secret at all. It's actually very open. I support White Nervosa via Patreon, and White Nervosa supports me by allowing me to use the awesome site and helping me get it all set up. So yeah. Hey, Astro9, good to see you. Yeah, White Nervosa is a champion and a hero. Yeah, 3 days a week is pretty consistent. Yeah, I don't want to burn myself out. I also am doing my best to improve the YouTube posting schedule so that we can keep bringing new people in. And in order to do that, listen, remember, we have a goal. We're not just comfortable just sitting here, just brunching it out on YouTube. No, we are growing and going forward, onward and upward. So we have to keep growing. And to be honest, the way that social media works, that means I need your help. So any likes, retweets, whatever, will be appreciated deeply, of course. So a couple of things came from chat. Seglin asked, so apparently Zan came out as a SOCDEM after getting criticized on Twitter? I don't know. Well, that's fine. I feel like that's a pretty fair explanation of his politics anyway. So, yeah. Prepared content win, also no chat challenge win. I love chat though. I don't know if that would be a fun challenge for me, but I might do it. Prepared content? I don't know. The thing is, I do prepare for content. Like, I mean, I can't spoil because I have a bunch of stuff, but like, I don't know. I have a solid page of notes for today. All of my content is at least somewhat prepared. I mean, streaming is a little bit fly by the seat of your pants, but whatever. Yeah, post it on the art channel, Dan Starlight. Yes, hello, imps. Hello, wonderful imps. And remember the imps code. Destiny Vosh debates are pointless and a waste of time. That's my hot take. What do you mean Destiny Vosh debates? You mean Destiny versus Vosh? Zan is an anarchist at heart, I'm sure. But people won't stop calling him a radlib, so he's just memeing. I don't know if he's memeing. I feel like Zan is tired of being annoyed by some lefties. Well, yeah. But I mean, also, like, that's fine. By the way, Zanzi did a video, a critique video on Xanderhall that was very, very good and incredibly good faith. As you know, Zanzi is someone I think very highly of. And Zanzi did a really, really good critique of Xanderhall, and I think that it could be very valuable. I, in fact, took it upon myself to send it to Xanderhall and tell him, hey, like, Zanzi's a friend of mine and did a video on you, and I think you could gain from it. But yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Again, I don't think there's anything wrong with coalition building with sock dems. I don't. I don't at all. I just think we need to be aware of what it is. Why did it lag? That was weird.
I can vouch that it is very easy. I just taste my performance evaluation for my first year in my new job will be getting Soros bucks. Feel relieved.
Holy shit, Jade Monkey. That is based as fuck. Holy shit. Oh yeah, if you just received a gifted sub, I think you might have to sign out and sign back in for gifted sub still. I don't know why. That might not be the case, but it might be if it doesn't work. Sound is doubled up. Why? Why do I have multiple scenes with sound? Oh, alert. Oh, that could be why. Oh, that could be why. All right, I think it's fixed. I think I fixed it. I think I fixed it. All right. All right. I find debates about whether Vosh or Destiny are good or bad a waste of time. Oh, yeah, those are silly. Check your OBS. Okay, yeah, I did. I think. Yeah, somebody can donate to be sure if you want to test it. You don't have to, though. Let's check on YouTube chat real quick. Hello, YouTube chat. Hello again. Hey, Demon Mama. I had a 3-hour private discussion with the distributist on Discord, so we got that in common. He was arguing race realism, but apparently he doesn't want his more Nazi takes to be tied to him in public. Yep, that's the case about the distributist. Remember, we watched the expose on him. We watched the expose of the distributist. He coalitions with Nazis. He coalitions with neo-Nazis. He's very dishonest. The conversation that I had was precisely to show the lengths to which hardcore conservatives will try to hide their opinions. Remember the entire time we were talking about it, and then at the end, after 3 hours of me literally saying, if you want to talk about gender, let's talk about gender. And then at the very end, he goes, well, you do know I'm a Catholic traditionalist, right? Do you know what the Catholic traditionalist position is on trans people? And I said, no, I don't know. Why don't you tell me? And he said, I don't need to tell you. Go look it up. Well, guess what? The Catholic traditionalist position on trans people is that they're not valid. So he was lying the entire time and being a coward the entire time. Good thing I had fun with the conversation anyway, even though it was a giant waste of time. Well, it wasn't a waste of time. I feel like it was valuable. It was a waste of his time. Yes, I am indeed, Rivera Life. I am indeed. Hey, you got a fancy-ass name there. I am on GG indeed. But it's not really I don't know. I think we need to evolve from that term. I'm on White Leaf. No more of this GG shit. It's not like Destiny, like, oh, this annoys the shit out of me. Destiny didn't invent GG sites. Everybody just colloquially calls them that because his is Destiny GG. .gg is a domain you can buy. It's a fucking suffix. But yeah, White Leaf. It's all good though. Whatever. I'm just ranting. Yes, it's fucking stupid, Atononaji. It's a stupid position. Okay, I will do that. VGG is a GG site, but it's a White Leaf. What are you talking about? Of course Destiny invented .gg. That's how he invented smiling. True! True. You're not wrong about that. It's true he did invent smiling. He also invented talking about politics. Yeah. What was I going to say? Did Destiny Demon Mama.Destiny didn't invent GG.com? I don't know. I might have to. It wasn't stolen. It's, oh my God. Okay. One more time. I'm going to tell this story one more time. All right, ready? Maybe. We'll talk about that. The distributors debate you had should have been good, but literally 90% of the times he opened his mouth, he was interrupting you. Yes, I know. It was ridiculous. He was so, look, no offense, but it felt like he was coked out as shit. It really did. It really did feel like that. Yeah, I know. I did. I know. I can't help it. I'm such a Destiny clone. Yep. I saw that, Queen Spinach. Very fucked. Very fucked. Okay. So, what do we have on the docket for today? Well, first off, I got some news for us to go over. We haven't done a news segment in a little bit, so we're going to do a little bit of news. Secondly, we're going to have we're going to have Exilaex, also previously known as Cyber Witch Lexi, also known as Lexi, on to talk about Lord of the Rings lore and Anarchy, which is awesome, which is amazing. It's going to be a super cool ass conversation. If you like Lord of the Rings, now listen, if you don't like Lord of the Rings, you might after we're done talking. If you don't like Lord of the Rings, even after we're talking, you will have a whole conversation about Anarchy. No, they don't connect. We just think both things are cool. Who's the biggest nerd in Lord of the Rings? Wait, in the universe or of Lord of the Rings? Wait, you definitely don't agree with my Anarchy takes? Well, we could talk. We could talk tonight. Keep in mind, I'm going to be streaming for a long ass time. So yeah. Oh, in the universe, biggest nerd? Probably Saruman. Yeah, we could talk about that maybe if she's comfortable with it, Jessica. Wasn't Tolkien an anarchist? I don't think so. Read The Hobbit and half of the Fellowship. In universe, probably Celebrimbor. Yeah, maybe you might be right. There's a lot of nerds in that series. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, Rivera Life. We could talk about that anytime you'd like. Are you looking at the art, at the Kermit art? Yeah, I saw it. It looks awesome. I just saw it. Do you want me to show it up on screen? Here, let me show you the Kermits. Here you go. If y'all want some Kermits, here's some oops, that's not very visible. Here we go. What the? Here's some Kermits. Look at those Kermits. Look at them all. There we go. He was against industrialization? But he could have just been like a Luddite or something. This quote? All right, let's take a look at this quote. Let's take a look at the quote and let's see what we got. What do we got? What do we got? Let's check it out. My political opinions lean more and more to anarchy. The most improper job of any man, even saints, is bossing other men. Not one in a million is fit for it, and least of all those who seek the opportunity. From a letter to his son, Christopher, 29 November 1943. Whoa! Based anarchist Tolkien. Holy shit! Based. Well, we're stealing it now, Windleby. Does The Hobbit get any better when I tried reading it? Oh, I love The Hobbit. I love The Hobbit. I also love The Lord of the Rings, the entire series. And don't worry, we'll get into it. We will talk about it. Just be patient. We're going to talk about all this shit. We got so much to talk about. It's going to be fucking amazing. It's going to be fucking amazing. I promise. They're verbose, yes. Yes, but they're also incredible and beautiful. And they more or less... they're more or less the foundations of modern fantasy, and no one has, like, very little fantasy has managed to outdo Lord of the Rings. Typically, left-wing anarchists make the same mistakes right-wing libertarians do. They have different goals, but the same fundamental problems. That's interesting, Revere Life. I'd really be interested in probing that take at some point, for sure. I would be very surprised to find out which left-wing which mistakes are the same that right-wing libertarians are making. Yeah. Uh-oh, we got an agreeer with Table Knife. Uh-oh. What about Game of Thrones? Game of Thrones is fantastic, but still not good. Yeah, I will absolutely be streaming after 7 p.m. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. We can talk about it, for sure. Yeah, I'd be totally down for that, Revere Life. Just come back and remind me. Again, it's going to be a bit of I'm going to be going for a long time tonight. We got a lot of content planned. It's going to be a great day. So don't worry. You have all kinds of entertainment in front of you. I will keep you happy, or perhaps pissed off for all of the night. Whatever you desire. I like the writing. Okay, so wait. What about Game of Thrones? Even the books? Game of Thrones, okay, I really love A Song of Ice and Fire. Fantastic series, still not as good as Lord of the Rings, but very, very good. Nonetheless, very, very good. Yeah. Too much SA? What do you mean SA? Can't outdo the world. You can't, I mean, it's impossible to beat the world building of Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings world building is just wild. Yeah, like world building in Lord of the Rings is like there's whole languages. It's like unbelievable. But one thing I will say that that Game of Thrones does better than Lord of the Rings is Game of Thrones I think more realistically portrays the type of politicking that would have gone on in medieval societies, and does so in a way that's still accessible. Interesting. I've never heard of that, but that sounds very interesting. Moorcock. Now that's a name I can get behind. Okay. All right. Well, we've talked about all the things we're going to do. We've talked about all this stuff, and we got plenty of people in chat now. So without any further ado, let's get to the motherfucking content, right? I wouldn't really rank them, probably. Yeah. There's a bunch of conlangs in there. Okay, well, Jessica Meadow, write down your questions because I will ask them. So let's do this. Let's do the motherfucking content without any further ado. All right. So first off, we gotta talk about the election. How could we possibly keep talking about the election, you might wonder? And the answer is, I don't fucking know. You tell me. I'm a politics brain, and I don't know how the fuck they've managed to keep this stupid bullshit going for as long as they fucking have. But guess what? They're doing it. They're still pushing it. I think they're just going for total alternate reality at this point. I think they're trying to create like a false consciousness within the false consciousness. That's what we're going to be talking about, Revere Life, right here. So let's do it. This just came out about the election. All right, I'll check that out. I'll check out that link as a part of this segment if it's not too long or whatever. All right, let's take a look. They are attempting a coup in broad daylight, and it should not be treated as anything less. I agree. If it is about election integrity, why aren't they questioning the congressional elections that happened at the same time? Good question. Good fucking question. So let's find out. Just in, a new amicus brief from 106 Republican House members in support of Texas's bid to overturn President-elect Joe Biden's win using the Supreme Court. Here they are. Here are the people who've signed off. A bunch of fucking annoying Republicans that we end up talking about all the time. Hey, look, there's a familiar name. Old Dan Crenshaw, whose district is so gerrymandered that it literally looks like Onyx from Pokemon. An amicus brief is more or less like a memorandum. They all sign on and they say, we believe this to be the way it should be. Can a democracy tolerate an anti-democracy party and survive? Probably not. But guess what? That means that it's democracy versus autocracy. And I think we know who's going to win out of that one. We won't tolerate the anti-democracy party. They're fundamentally opposed to the direction this country is supposed to be. So that's a lot of Republican members who've signed on to this. A lot of familiar names that we talk about on here a lot. We got Matt Gaetz on there. Fucking Clay Higgins. Steve King, sound familiar? Yeah, a bunch of shitheads. And, yeah, Louis Gohmert. Yep, bunch of them. Whole bunch of them. Well, we'll talk about that when we get into it. That's possible. That's possible, she who knows no name. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of Republicans who've basically said, and this is what they're saying. We want the Supreme Court to override the election for no reason except for our own desire for power. As we know, Donald Trump has lost every legal case. I think it's up to 51 at this point. 51 cases he's lost. He's won one. He's lost every single one except one. And the one that he won was incredibly minor. Incredibly. So he's won he's lost 50 fucking 1%. There was too many number one and the word one in that sentence. He's lost 51 cases already. So what the Republicans are trying to do now is functionally a show of force to threaten the Supreme Court into siding with Trump. And this could be the death of the Republican Party. Because guess what? They don't have everyone on board. Yeah, he managed to win poll watchers a chance to be 6 feet closer. That's it. That's all he won. It's nothing. It's meaningless. He lost on everything else. And what this is, and make no mistake, this is an attempt to consolidate power around the Trump cult. That they've been trying to do this, but it's looking less like it's a giant game of chicken. Because if they fail, they've completely riven the party in half, and Donald Trump's voters are going to be horrifically disgusted with the Republican Party. If they win, that means they got to do whatever stupid made-up bullshit Donald Trump wants to do. That will be the coup situation, which is looking less and less likely, like they're actually going to be able to pull it off. But they're trying to keep the flames burning until Inauguration Day. Do we see what's happening here? We've talked about this a lot. We've been a little preoccupied with some debates on Twitter. We've been a little preoccupied with some other pieces of news. But remember when we were talking about this a whole lot? I bet you do. They're still doing it. And guess what? It actually gets a little bit worse. Because our old friend, Rush Limbaugh, has been up to no good. Y'all know who Rush Limbaugh is? Anybody know? Does everybody know who Rush Limbaugh is? If you don't know who Rush Limbaugh is, unfortunately, one of the most malignant and influential radio personalities in the history of the world. In the history of the world. Rush Limbaugh, he is indeed dying of cancer. That is true. It's at 155. Wow. Get fucked, Trump. Yeah, malignant. Yeah. Interesting choice of words. But here's the thing. Let me tell you a little story about Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh is a very rich and very successful man. He's also very talented at propaganda. He's an and I know this firsthand. I grew up with my dad listening to Rush Limbaugh every time we were in the car, and we would drive a lot. Yep, same Rivera life, same thing. Rush Limbaugh is very entertaining. He was a streamer before streamers existed. People would listen to him all day, and he would keep people entertained and worked up all day. He's a demagogue and a propagandist of the worst type. And what's even worse is that he owns, not directly, but he has such an incredible amount of influence over American radio that American radio was almost universally right-wing. All across America. If you wonder why there's so many rural parts of America that are right-wing as fuck, it's because radio, which is free to listen to, has been dominated by Rush Limbaugh and Rush Limbaugh clones. So that's what you can know. That's what to know about Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh is one of the most influential American cultural figures, which sucks because he's a crass, disgusting moron who just like barfs out shit-ass political analysis all day, every day. That's far right-wing. He's racist as fuck, but he's good at presenting. Really good at presenting. And Rush Limbaugh had some stuff to say today. I did see that, Nico-chan. We'll be talking about that before we talk with Lexi. But we got to watch this Rush Limbaugh stuff first. This is what Rush Limbaugh looks like. We're going to watch this real quick because I haven't heard this whole clip. I only heard a piece of this. So I want to hear this full clip and then we'll talk about it. Let's go.
During the obscene prophet timeout, mere moments ago,
Benjamin.
Mr. Snerdley, the official program observer, peppered me with a question. The question was, what exactly was, are we ever going to win are you talking about win elections or just, okay. All right, Mr. Snerdley is asking if we're ever going to be.
This, I believe that's a cochlear implant. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that's a cochlear implant. I think he got a cochlear implant after having some significant hearing loss over the years. He's an unfathomably rich man, by the way.
Be able to win. And he's talking about elections, votes. Are we ever going to be able to win without taking back some of these cities? He's talking about blue cities like New York.
Yes, he does. Nico-chan, yes.
Philadelphia. I assume you mean Detroit. Do you include Milwaukee in this? Definitely. All right. What about Oakland, California? Too far gone. San Francisco. You think we get San Francisco? Look, we won election after election after election without winning these cities or the states they're in. I thought you were asking me something else when you said, "Well, can we win?" I meant I thought you meant can we win the culture? Can we dominate the culture? I actually think, and I've referenced this, I've alluded to this a couple of times because I've seen
Listen
others
closely.
allude to this. I actually think that we're trending toward secession. I see more and more people asking, what in the world do we have in common with the people who live in, say, New York? What is there that makes us believe that there is enough of us there to even have a chance at winning New York, especially if you're talking about votes?
So, yeah.
I see a lot of bloggers, I can't think of names right now, a lot of bloggers have written extensively about how distant and separated and how much more separated our culture is becoming politically. And that it can't go on this way. There cannot be a peaceful coexistence of two completely different theories of life, theories of government, theories of how we manage our affairs. We can't be in this dire a conflict without something giving somewhere along the way. And so I know that there is a sizable and growing sentiment for people who believe that that is where we're headed, whether we want to or not. Whether we want to go there or not. I myself haven't made up my mind. So I still haven't given up the idea that we are the majority and that all we have to do is find a way.
Yes, they
to
will
unite and win.
We're going to talk about that.
And our problem is
we are Max Sips. I agree.
The fact that there are just so many rhinos, so many Republicans in the Washington establishment who'll do anything to maintain their membership.
Now, I want you to understand something. Let me just explain a couple things about Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh has still, to this day, a phenomenal amount of power among the voter base of the Republican Party. Now, whether he has a lot of power within the electorate of the Republican Party, not so clear. But among the people, every Republican listens to fucking Rush Limbaugh. Still, let's get a look. Let me just see if I can get you his listener numbers. Let's find out if we can get his most recent numbers. Here we go. Are you ready? He's the number one most listened to radio show in the entire country. 15.5 million weekly listeners. 15.5 million weekly listeners are being told by a guy they trust that it's time for civil war, that it's time for secession. A guy who's got nothing to lose, mind you. He's going to be dead soon, and he knows it. What he wants, of course, is a legacy. So, and keep in mind, this isn't exactly brand new ground for Rush Limbaugh, but this level of mask off is absolutely worth paying attention to. Because in the past, Rush Limbaugh he's a right-wing radio agitator. He's been pushing shit like this, for a long time. But openly saying it's time for secession is wild. It's absolutely wild. And so we have a bit of a problem in front of us, which is that there's a lot of people now, and I don't even know how to fully suss out the correct analysis here because, and bear with me, on one hand, we have a fuckload of people who are correctly pointing out that Donald Trump has failed all of his attempts to hold on to power, that he has no path to victory via the courts, that he has no electoral path to victory, and yet he's still holding on. And on the other hand, we have Rush Limbaugh reaching millions of people with a message of right-wing secessionism, that there is no reasoning with the boogeyman that they imagine in their heads, that there is no way to continue with the democratic system, the left, the radical liberals, whatever. You pick the name, they fill it in. And that's kind of scary because keep in mind that a lot of these people are very, 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 very emotionally invested in what they believe to be real America and real American values. And now we have Rush Limbaugh telling them, yeah, it's time to secede. If there was a way to try and whip up a second civil war, this would be the way that it happens. This would be the way that they try to do it. And we've been talking about this for some time, right? We've talked about how nearly every right-wing cultural figure, from Tim Pool to Rush Limbaugh, all of these widely, to even Steven Crowder, are pushing for some form of civil war. They're pushing for war, people. And here's the thing. Yeah, Jesus Land. They want it. That's what he called it, I think. I don't know if he says it. Does he say it in this clip? I don't know. Let's see.
In the establishment because of the perks and the opportunities that are presented for their kids and so.
Yeah, I think they called it Jesus Land is what they wanted to call it, because they believe in God or whatever. But keep in mind, Rush Limbaugh is not like Rush Limbaugh is not like some kind of devout man. He signals Christianity, but he doesn't practice any of it. As far as I know, I don't even know if the guy goes to church. I don't know if I can look at that sort of thing. Can you send that to me in a DM, International T-Bone? Yep, so if we don't have to deal with it now, we can imagine that it's probably going to be around here in a decade. So it's kind of concerning, isn't it? It's kind of concerning that very heavily armed, very patriotically, fascistically motivated people are now being whipped up explicitly into a civil war. Now we have 109 Republican members of Congress literally saying, we don't care about democracy anymore. What I am positing to you is that we are living amidst the collapse of empire. And what that means for us is up to us to determine. Because one side has already decided what it means for them. One side of this struggle has decided that what it means for them is that they're going to try and whip up a war. And I just want to take a second here because, you know, I don't want to fixate on on super negativity. But let's be honest, war is not a good thing. Do you know what secession would mean or balkanization would mean in the United States? Do we know what this sort of entails? This entails supply lines getting fucked, businesses just disappearing. If actual combat breaks out, innocents are going to die. People are going to be caught in the crossfire. There will be bombings. There will be all kinds of things like this. This is a bad thing. This is not a good thing. What do I propose to be done? Well, there's not a single proposal, but I can tell you what we can move towards. If food stopped moving even for a week, it would cause an incredible amount of hunger. And I can tell you, hunger is one of the most motivating things. People will go from good old gamer buddies that you know, a week without food, and they're not going to be feeling so great. So what I'm saying right here is that we need to double up our game. We need to be pushing and fighting and caring for one another as hard as we can, and hopefully we can stop this from ever fucking happening. Because if it does, it's going to be very, very messy. Very messy. And it's not a fun thing. A lot of people like to romanticize combat. It's not fun. It's not fun to have people you know starve. It's not fun to get a phone call from a family member across the country who's saying, we don't have food where we are. I don't have any way to leave. Can you help me? And you say, how? How can I help you? And the answer is there isn't a way. That is not a fun thing, but that is what the mainstream right wing is currently pushing for. I have been accused in the past of being partisan, of being too harsh to right-wingers, of being too black and white. And I don't think those are fair accusations of myself, but I'm willing to take those critiques on the nose and analyze them. But this is the single most popular right-wing figure in the United States, openly and publicly from his pulpit advocating for a secessionist movement. How the fuck can you get more polarizing than that? How can you get more us versus them than that? I don't really know. I don't know that there is a way. Yeah, I know. Yep, I know, staring blankly ahead. I know. No, they won't. But they never have had to, good faith actor. They're the demagogues. They never did that. What, do you think that Hitler fought on the front lines? Do you think that Hitler picked up a gun and went into the battlefield? No. He sat in his chateau and commanded as the figurehead, the leader. I mean, okay, but that's before he was even a popular figure. It's not like he was there fighting alongside them. They revere these people. Now, we have one good thing, or I should say we have one thing that could happen. Of course, it is not easy to replace a Rush Limbaugh, and Rush Limbaugh doesn't have a whole lot of time. So if they can't get this shit kicking real fast, they might not have a Rush Limbaugh anymore. And I don't say this frequently, but some Republican figures are actually very hard to replace. Rush Limbaugh, struggling with cancer, you're not going to be able to just pluck up another Rush Limbaugh. Somebody who can enchant people in the same way that he does. That is a rare talent. Very rare. Especially among right-wingers. There are other ones, of course. But that would be a big blow. But he's trying. He's trying. Alex Jones isn't the same quite type, though. He doesn't have the same level of reach. No, Nico-chan. I don't think that's a fair analysis. He's asking for secession. He's done that for all of his life. He's done that type of messaging that you're mentioning there for all of it. Is there someone? I don't know that. Right-wing secession crisis. Well, the right wing in America right now is in a crisis. Their guy lost. And what they're having to decide now is, do we accept the loss and go back into hiding and try to make another attempt later, or do we force it now? And increasingly, it's looking like they might have enough people to try and force something. But there's a lot of people who are on the line. And typically, in history, what this leads to is what we call a purge. It's when there are irreconcilable differences in a faction, and one decides it's time for us to be the faction, and they get rid of the unloyal ones. And it sounds to me like they're trying to figure out who are the unloyal ones. They already are a minority population. They're just afraid of losing the advantages that let them dominate as a minority population. I understand, Soft Heather, and this of being scared of. However, remember, we literally have more people than them. We do. We have more people, and we're smarter than them by a long shot. They have some serious advantages that are worthy of being scared of. Absolutely. But we have the brain power. And their movements historically have huge vulnerabilities. Remember, it is expensive. It is expensive to maintain dominance over people who are unhappy being dominated. Not yet, Eudaimonian Lime. And we don't need, listen, we don't need to organize as a monolithic force to have success. We don't need that. Remember, we're having an anarchist on tonight to talk about this. Do you think I plan my streams with no purpose? Do you have so little faith in your demon mama? Or do you think I am giving you the seeds you need to help prepare you for what I believe to be coming? I want us to be able to understand non-hierarchical systems. There's a reason why I want us to be able to think about the world in different ways. Because our strength is not in brute force. Our strength is in our minds, in our ability to iterate and invent and work together. And that is very strong. Keep in mind that so far, there has never been a true world empire. They've never succeeded at their goal. There's never been a king of everything. And even when there were things that were close to it, like, say, imagine the British Empire, how many corners of the world were they unable to maintain their dominance over? How many places were technically owned by Britain, but who didn't give a fucking shit? Even us, for that matter. So this is exactly the Caribbean. F Britain. Exactly. The British Empire fucking sucks. So does the American Empire. Fuck empires. India. So they have some very big weaknesses. It's expensive to try to run an empire. And the best thing that we can do is make it as hard as fuck for them as we can. And the way we do that is by studying the shit out of their tactics, finding the weaknesses, and exploiting the fuck out of that. You understand? So I understand that it's scary because that's what it's supposed to do. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to instill fear. However, we're some smart-ass motherfuckers. We're some talented-ass motherfuckers. Just for a second, just for a moment, to be a little bit self-important here, and this includes you, not me, not Demon Mama, us. Us as a community. Have you seen for a moment the talent that's on display in just our Gallery of Brimstone, in just our Sounds of the Abyss channels, in just the people that we bring onto this channel? Have you seen the incredible talent on display within just this community? Did you know that there are literally hundreds of other communities like ours that have crazy talented people in them and are doing amazing things? That is our potential. We just need to make use of all of the talent that we have. We got to be brave enough and strong enough to believe in ourselves, to reach out with our hands and touch the world and change it the way that we want to see it together. And we help each other do that. You understand? Does that make sense? That's the hope. And I genuinely, deeply believe that that's the real strategy that we need to embrace. Now, the specifics, there's all kinds of specifics, and we talk about that all the time. We know this. We talk about praxis. We talk about learning. We talk about all these specific things. But in the big picture, the picture we need to remember is to use our talents, to not let ourselves fall into despondency. And if we find ourselves despondent, to strive to no longer be in that case, to empower ourselves, to grow stronger together, to build a world that's better than the one we currently live in. That's how we're going to win. Because their world, let's just be honest, fucking sucks. It fucking blows. Do you know how shitty? It's like literally historically shitty to have lived in motherfucking fascist Germany. It was ass. It sucked. It was horrible. Not even the Nazis liked it. Their way of building shit sucks so much. It sucks so bad. It blows so much. Like, it's horrible. We hate it. They hate it. They're just too egotistical and in denial and indoctrinated to realize that they hate it. And they do hate it. Keep in mind that they hate the fuck out of this country right now. And they're guys in charge. And they're miserable. They're fucking miserable. Do you know how few people actually got rich during that time? Not a lot. It's a very small amount of people. So yeah. It was so bad they invented meth? Yeah. Smells like ideology. Sniff. Yes. Oh, conservatives have boring everything. Have you seen how boring their fucking art is? Conservative art is so fucking boring. It's so fucking boring. They make movies like, remember the fucking Christian movies we watch that are just like, here's a movie about how cool it is to do the same thing that you did last year. Here's the thing about how everything your grandpa says is right and you should never have fun with video games or sex. Here's a movie about how if you're gay or trans, if you like girls with penises, then you're going to go to hell. That's the conservative mindset. It's boring as fuck. And that's a huge advantage to us. We have a more interesting worldview. We have a better worldview. Our worldview is better. We can make a case for our worldview. And that's what we're trying to do here. But I'm not the only one. I'm only one type. You see me talking into the mic? I can counter to some degree, much smaller, but I can counter some of the people like Rush Limbaugh. But what I can't necessarily counter is right-wingers coding fucking racist algorithms. What I can't counter is visual artists who paper the walls with traditionalism all over the place. What I can't counter is carpenters who are fighting against right-wing carpenters who are fighting against unionization. But some of you out there might be able to do that thing. And I might be able to help you do that thing, and you might be able to help me do my thing. And that's why we work together. That's why we fucking come together. So there you go. There you have it. There's the spiel. There's my response to Rush Limbaugh trying to declare some sort of bullshit secession, which, to be fair, we don't even know if they'd come close to success. Right-wingers don't like innovation. That's why they'll decry anything progressive, jazz, rock and roll, hip as degenerate. And when they can't push it out, they just appropriate it and claim it. Yes, they're literally afraid of new things. It's in their name. They're conservative. They're reactionary. They're scared of new things. But guess what? Being scared of new things makes you weak. It makes you weak in a way that they don't realize. 5 dicks combo. Holy shit. Good shit. Oh, the dicks emote is secret, and there should be a non-binary one. Yeah. Weak. True, Gina. Weak. Oh, look at those dicks. Look at those dicks. I love it. An 8 dicks emote. Look at that shit. Fucking amazing. What is the time currently? Oh, it's 4. Okay. Well, we're going to bring Cyberwitch Lexi on. We got to bring Cyberwitch Lexi on. Let me just get this ready. I hope that speech was enjoyable to you. Please, if you're in chat right now, please subscribe to the channel and like. Because I'm telling you, I'm not just telling you, I'm promising you, I have a vision for what I'm building here with your help. And I think that we can do some actually cool shit. We're not going to save the world just alone, but I think we can be a part of a much bigger project. So please, if you can, like and subscribe the video. And if you want to support me, please do it. But my content will always be free. That's a promise. Always. That's my little self-shill. And that is what it is. I'm asking you to support me and my project. And I'm hoping to give you shit in return, including little seeds of knowledge. Okay. All right. All right, we're going to call, real quick, we're going to call Cyberwitch Lexi. Hello, hello. Let me get you up on screen real quick here.
Let me pause you. Okay.
Hello. Let me get your name and everything up on screen. So you are officially rebranded to Exilaex. Lexi.
Yes, I like that pronunciation. It's fun.
Sorry, I'm doing
no.
Like, Bruce
For
Almighty.
a really long time after I changed, everyone asked how to pronounce it, and I told them that watching them struggle is way more fun than telling them anything. So.
And pronouns? She, her, correct?
She, her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, just gonna make sure we have your name, your stream, everything up on here. Preferred socials, probably Twitch, right?
Yeah, Twitch and Twitter. Whichever one you want to pick there. Twitter is probably where I'm more active, but Twitch is for the the real content.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Wait, is it? Oh God, how do the Twitter links work? Jesus fucking Christ, my brain. Is it just // Yeah, it is. Okay, there's no at in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get this. All right, so I have like, oh my goodness, I'm so excited to get to talk with you. I know this is gonna come off as mega tacky and mega cringe, but I have been a big fan of yours for quite some time. And in fact, when I first was like, oh shit, we got some real talent in this Lexi right here, was in the conversation, the probably long now buried to history conversation you had with Vosh about, I think it was the Thought Slime drama or something along those lines. And I was so impressed with how well you handled, like how expertly you approached that conversation, that I was like, oh shit. And I've been a secret quiet simp for some time. So yeah, very happy to have you on. Let me just make sure that I got the guest command. Wait, mods, can one of you set up a guest command for Lexi with all the socials? Be amazing if Gina, if you could do that, that'd be incredible. Do you YouTube also? No, this is not the distributist. Clear the no, Lexi is not the distributist.
Isn't that wild Christian dude?
Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you. Listen, did you happen to see my conversation with him from the other day?
I didn't.
Okay,
How was it?
Very I feel like you would like it. I feel like you would appreciate it. Some of our compatriots perhaps would not. It was as the kids on the internet like to say, nerd shit.
Yeah.
We got into a really complicated, needlessly complicated, to be completely honest. But of course, I have fun with needlessly complicated things.
Sure.
But a needlessly complicated discussion about like social constructs, different types of social constructs, why it can be morally and philosophically consistent to say that I don't believe that there's a way to politely doubt someone's gender identity, while it is potentially possible to come up with a polite way or an acceptable way to challenge someone's ideological predilections. And yeah, I mean, I imagine that it seems like, right? Like, and to keep in mind that the like, there was the thing that blew my mind about this was that ultimately it hinged on whether it was polite or not. And I'm like, well, you're asking me my opinion on whether it's polite or not. And multiple times in this conversation, I told him, listen, if you just want to talk about whether you think I'm a man or a woman or whatever, then okay. Like, I'm not scared of that conversation. Let's do it. I'm a debatey bitch. I do this all the time. I'm comfortable in blood. And he's like, well, no. And he kept backing off from it. And then at the end, he dropped a spicy meme after like 2 hours of like pussyfooting around this. Oh, it's long as fuck. Yeah, I mean, I told you, it's nerd shit. But like after like 2 hours, we finally got to the end. And he's like, do you know? He's like, you know, we've been talking about this gender thing this whole time, and you know what the traditionalist Catholic position on gender is. And I mean, I have an idea, but I was like, no, I don't actually. Why don't you tell me, since you're the traditionalist Catholic? He's like, well, I don't think I need to. You can look it up for yourself. Bye. And hangs up. And I'm like, I fucking knew it. He just wanted to tell me I'm going to hell for being a degenerate or something. This whole conversation was like a giant dance around, and I called it like 10 minutes in, and yet we still went on for like 2 hours because I just wanted to tease it all out. You know, it's very satisfying. Yeah. It's like
it sounds like it.
Yeah, so it was a fun conversation. He then, one thing that really weirded me out was he then posted it to his own Twitter under like a subtitle saying, "Oh, I had a conversation with Demon Mama in which we discussed the possible points of agreement between the far right and far left." I'm like, what? we never talked about that. Not even once. We never. And it was mind blowing. So. Nonetheless, I imagine that our conversation today will be galaxies more productive than that conversation was. Although I did have a good time with it, I'm going to have a good time with this conversation for a very different reason. Also, I love your mug. Do you like my mug?
Thank you.
Look at my mug.
Oh, I do like your mug. It's cute.
Pink wug mug.
I wish I could say that I got my One Ring mug to talk about Lord of the Rings, but this is literally all that I drink out of. So, I mean, if I'm drinking coffee, this is all I'm drinking out of. So
it looks like a nice hefty mug, which is like my thing. Yeah, I got this one in like, this is like, it's hard to tell on camera, but it's like almost as big as my head. It's big. It's a big
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
Trust me, I get it.
Yeah, there we go. Exactly. Hell yeah. So, okay, cool. So before we get really too far into this, and blabbing about all kinds of stuff, let's hit the audience. A lot of people here are not familiar with you. Please
Sure.
introduce yourself to them and give us your thing. Give us your deal.
Okay. So, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna correct you a little.
Sure.
But I'll get to that.
Okay.
I'm Lexi, also known as Exilaex, or however the fuck you want to pronounce that word. And I previously had pseudo identifications as anarchy, anarchist, Marxist, something like that. And I I I still believe in a lot of things from both of those categories there, but I don't feel comfortable calling myself either of them.
Okay.
I think our current state of just about everything is pretty fucked, and
True.
I am interested in figuring out how to not make it like that anymore.
Amazing.
And I pull a lot of stuff from various anarchists and Marxists on what to do next.
Fantastic. I mean, then you and I have something in common with that. I am frequently asked, oh, well, what do you describe yourself? You're like an anarchist, or what are you, some kind of communist or whatever? And I say, well, I mean, I think it would probably be fair to classify me somewhere in communist, but I always describe myself as a lefty with anarchist leanings. And I
Sure.
feel like that is usually broad enough for people to get an idea of my general beliefs without encouraging them to make assumptions, if that makes sense.
No,
Which
I
seems
totally
to be
get
the
what you
case.
mean.
Yeah. So yeah, apologies for
No.
declaring you as an anarchist outright.
No, it's
but-
okay. I will half jokingly and half because it does describe some of my views call myself an anarchist still. It's mostly just because I believe, oh God, if we're gonna really quick, did you want to talk about the anarchy stuff first? Do you want to talk about the Tolkien stuff
I
first?
mean-
I didn't know how you wanted to separate
Well,
it, but
here's the thing. We can do whatever you're feeling like, because a bit later, I've reserved us a solid at least 1.5 hour for just us to talk. And then I mentioned in our DMs that Sondsol, another streamer, was really like wanting to like get anarchy. And I was like, I'm not as good at that as Lexi is. Like, I just am not. And so I was like, why don't you just come on and talk to Lexi, and I'll just kind of like hover and comment and give my thoughts and whatever. I just wanted to facilitate that little.
yeah, sure.
So yeah, it should be pretty awesome. And I think it'll be very beneficial for the audience. So we can go from talking about anarchy to talking about Lord of the Rings, to talking about anarchy again, give people like a nice change up. I'm cool with whatever. But if you
Sure.
want to like jump right into Lord of the Rings stuff, I promise you, I made a whole document of questions, both for you on anarchy issues and for Lord of the Rings stuff, because
Okay.
I want to get it going. So, yeah.
Well, in that case, I guess if we're leaving it up like that, I would say if we're going to pull someone on later, I feel like that should follow at least a little bit of the discussion on anarchy. So
All right.
let's start with Lord of the Rings.
Let's
What do
start
you
with
have
Lord of the
for
Rings.
me? Or
Okay.
Tolkien in general.
All right,
I'll
so-
do my best. It's been a little bit since I've read, but I'll do my best for you.
Okay, excellent. So we have quite a diverse audience here. We have, when it comes to the Lord of the Rings, we have Lord of the Rings fans in the audience. We have people who couldn't finish the books. We have people who have only seen the movies and have their own thoughts about the movies. We got a very broad spectrum of people who have feelings about Lord of the Rings. Now, for myself, I am a massive Lord of the Rings fan. Like, Lord of the Rings was I think it was the second like big fantasy universe I ever dipped into, and the first one that I ever really dipped into was Redwall, if you're familiar with Redwall.
What's that?
I have a feeling you'd really love it. It's this absolutely wonderful, like, I guess it's for children, but it deals with a lot of mature themes. And it's this book about mice, and they're little warriors, and they have friends, and they live in an abbey called Redwall. And originally, like, you kind of get this impression that, like, oh, they're like mice with their own society inside of like an abandoned human world. But then over time, it's more like, well, maybe there aren't humans. It's kind of confusing. But the first book takes place in like, there are these mice that live in this giant abbey, and they've made a society there. And there's all this drama that happens. And it's amazing.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you finish that?
Sure. No, go for it.
I was just gonna ask, is this in any way related to oh my God, what is it called? I just had it. The Tale of Despero.
It came out around a similar time, but I don't know if they have any shared inspiration. Brian Jakes was the author of the Redwall series, which is expansive at this point. And he had a little bit of a Bill Watterson, the Calvin and Hobbes guy. Like he was very he was very careful about merchandising it and like really wanted it to be this like, wholesome universe. And as a result, it still to this day has a very concrete place in my heart as like this wholesome tale that's got like little mice knights, and the storytelling was great. I mean, I remember the first book that ever like made me bawl my eyes out was Martin the Warrior, which is the second or third book in the series. It's about like the ancestor of one of the characters in the book. In the first book, Redwall. And it was just heart-wrenching. I remember crying on the bus on the way home from school because I was just like, no, like, how could you do this to my favorite mouse character? Like, you know what I mean? So it was like an incredible series. I haven't read it in years now, but I have a feeling that they would hold up really well if you are a reading lover. So, but yeah, that's kind of a total tangent, but the fact of the matter is that was the first fantasy universe I ever really delved into, and very shortly afterwards, I was told, whoa, if you like Redwall, you should read the OG fantasy, Lord of the Rings. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to read it. And I started reading it, and then my best friend's uncle took me to go see the movie in the theaters. And I didn't even know the movie was going to come out. Like, I was like, what? I mean, the Lord of the Rings movie? What the fuck? Like, it felt really cool. And so I was like, from there on, I was just locked into Lord of the Rings. And I've like been a massive fan of the series, played until very recently nearly every game, seen nearly every film rendition, animated rendition that you can imagine. Used to, I mean, to the point where like me and my friends like used to make Hobbit outfits and find a big leaf in the woods and put lembas bread that we made in and carry it around, like this kind of stuff, like that level of
that's cute.
Of shit. And like half of the movies that I made when I was a kid on a shitty camcorder that my dad had were like, we used just stolen music from the Lord of the Rings films and stuff. So that's the reason like I was so excited to find out that you have like an awesome amount of knowledge about the lore. Yeah, so
that guy though, Howard Shore, the guy who did he's an incredible composer.
Yeah.
Like some of that music is like insane.
So good.
I love the way they're just so good. It's an excellent movie, fantasy soundtrack. That's all.
It's amazing. It's like quintessential. Like they really did. They really nailed it. I mean, the cool thing about the movies is, and again, there's like a lot of I know you're being a Lord of the Rings fan. I'm sure you're familiar with the endless discourse that still proceeds to this day about movies and movie superiority versus book superiority, and like
of course.
I have ascended beyond that these days.
Yeah,
they're their own works, you know what I mean? But
like they're supposed to be. Like I don't want to see a book 1-to-1 to a movie because there's a bunch of shit in the book that like the whole point of a movie and the way that you write like film a movie is to focus on the things that are important, like super core to the story. And to have them, like reappear so that you feel like you've understood something about that world and stuff. But no, like that's not what books do. Books give you a shit ton of information and you just hold on to it as best you can.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're different. Yeah, they're different mediums, but they can convey similar spirit. And
totally.
I do think there's there's something interesting in comparing and contrasting. Something I found really interesting was that like that felt like it didn't happen very much in the discourse around the Hobbit movies. And I wonder if that's not just like a further indictment of those movies, in my opinion. Because like the Hobbit movies were like, it's almost like they were so far from the original text that nobody even bothered trying to draw comparisons at all. I barely heard anyone be like, oh, this isn't like in the book. I was just like, they just didn't even try. Like it was just
it's pretty significantly different.
Yeah, I have nothing but negative thoughts about the Hobbit movies. Pretty much, there's a few things I thought were kind of cute. And
I
whatever, but-
really like the first half of the first movie, and that's
Yeah, there you
about
go.
it.
Okay, well, I mean, it did have that absolute banger. The soundtrack was still reasonably
Still
good.
pretty good.
it's
Yeah, it
pretty
was
good.
okay.
The Misty
A lot of-
Mountains was good.
I'm with you there. A lot of reusing. Yeah.
Oh, it's like, oh, I can't even go that
They're
deep. It's
pretty good.
incredible. So incredible. Like, oh my God, I love it. Yeah, and then there was like the plate tossing and all that fun shit and whatever. That was kind of fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, okay. So without getting off onto the Hobbit, let's talk about Lord of the Rings. So, for everyone who doesn't know what Lord of the Rings is, it's the possibly the quintessential fantasy text of the last century. It basically every single fantasy universe you can imagine of pulls a fuckload from the Lord of the Rings, and some do it really well, some do it really poorly. It's incredible that it is actually like deeply influential in that way, and for good reason. So you should be able to
Tolkien's
enjoy.
whole
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry.
No, go for
I
it.
was say
please.
Tolkien's whole goal was whole.
Yeah.
Lots of goals. One of the larger goals of Tolkien was to introduce fantasy to adults. He wanted adults to like recognize that these could be stories for them, and that they weren't relegated to little children's tales with little easy morals. That like you could tell something big and important with them.
Yeah, and also like I think it's telling how much commitment there was to that sort of vision of his universe, where every corner of the world is so full of tidbits and like I don't know, it gives you that, like, reading Lord of the Rings gives you a window into the mind of like people who are creationists, you know what I mean? Like where you can see like, oh, the master's touch all across these little pieces. And it's like, but in a much more wholesome way that doesn't involve the power bullshit that's in a lot of organized religion. But I grew up Christian, so of course like it was like very accessible to me in that way. It was a mythology that helped me think about and grow, and actually got me thinking about a lot of things in different ways than I had been taught originally. So a very valuable book in my opinion in a lot of ways. But from here on out, everyone, I'm sorry, but it's going to be lore questions. So it's going to be a little bit for the Lord of the Rings fans, but you might have fun. So stick around and we're going to talk about some politics afterwards as well. So here's the thing. I have a couple of core questions, but before I do mine, I feel like it would be valuable to go over some of the things we talked about in our thread on Twitter the other night, which was a fun thread as hell, but nobody saw it because that's what happens when you have a 3 a.m. Twitter conversation. So I'll reiterate my question knowing the answer. I know the answer to this question, but you all in chat don't. What are the most frustrating big brain nitpicks that you hear about Lord of the Rings? Like, like the Cinema Sin style, like, wow, why didn't they do that? What are those ones, and what are the actual answers?
So the ones that I gave there, the classic one is, why didn't the Eagles take the ring, or Frodo, but they usually say the ring, to Mount Doom? And the answer is because mostly the rings have their own, or the Eagles have their own shit to do. They're great, powerful creatures, and they got plans already, okay? They've got plans. Gandalf can't just summon them whenever. They're not summoned by that little moth from the movies. No. Gandalf just goes and says, hello, please help me. And they say, okay, we're not busy right now. And then they decide to help sometimes. But the more important thing is that so the ring. We have to talk about the ring for a hot second. I didn't get too big into this, but the ring is part of Sauron. Sauron's soul is part of it, is in the ring, and the ring is only wieldable by powerful people. So like Galadriel at one point wants the ring, and she would be able to use it. Gandalf wants it, sort of, but also knows that through him it would do terrible things. That's the classic line from it, because that's what the ring does. The ring
corrupts.
It's Sauron's soul. It's a little wicked. It's got some shit in it. And so people like humans and hobbits being not powerful and not humans desire, but hobbits not desiring very much, means that the ring is all it does to them is sort of push them into the wraith world, which is why you turn invisible with it. Other people would be able to wear it, like people. So people like Gandalf are they're like lesser angels, essentially. He's not like a guy who figured out how to do some spells. He's a supernatural being of the Tolkien universe.
Like
He
a
is
godlike race.
yeah. So if we want to, God, we're already getting kind of deep. So
It's okay. That's what we're here for.
The very beginning of the Silmarillion reads very much like the beginning of the Bible. It is a creation story. So first things first, there's God. God is, in this universe, is Eru Iluvatar. And Eru Iluvatar is just hanging out before time existed and before things existed, and that's a boring world. So what you do is you create people to hang out with, and who he creates are the angels. They're called the Einar. And he teaches the Einar to sing. And so the very first thing they do is sing together. And as they sing together, they don't know it at first, but as they sing together, they're creating the world. They're creating the universe. Mostly we're focused on Earth, but different Valar, the Einar are separated into two groups. You've got your Valar, those are your big boys, and you've got your Maiar, those are your like lesser angels. And the Valar kind of stepped into their creation after they created it, essentially. They all did, sort of. But yeah, so the Einar sang a song and it created the world, but there was one guy, and he's our Satan figure. He's, fallen one. He's smartest, strongest, whatever. He's our Satan figure, and he wants to create some cool stuff. And not being part of the harmony of everyone else, he sort of sings his own theme. So the original song, it's sort of divided into three themes. And one of the themes, the first one, is stopped when they noticed the discordant tone coming from Melkor. And
that's the bad guy.
That's Melkor. The bad. Sorry, I didn't say his name. Melkor is his name. He's the Satan figure. Melkor sings a little discordantly because he wants his own shit. He's a little more like, I'm my own thing. I'm not part of this whole little thing you got going on. I'm me. It's a very rebellious
he's got a very rebellious independent streak, which isn't. And now here's another little question to play off of this.
Sure.
Is that within the Tolkien universe considered necessarily a bad thing? Just on its own?
The rebellious nature, no. But what he was doing, not being the will of Eru Iluvatar, a little bit.
Okay.
It's creating
so
all
of the Christian, like.
Yes, it's yes, tons of that. He's literally creating. So if we go through the different Valar, the different great angels, they were all creating different pieces. So some of them were creating usually one of them was creating like all of the plants and animals on the earth. That one also created the Ents. One of them created the dwarves. One of them created grief and sadness in the world.
Okay.
But Melkor and grief, notice, is not one of the wrong things. That's actually like totally on, like we were ready. We planned that. But Melkor is like creating the dark, sick shit, the
murder and torture and pain, and
I wish I remembered the actual specifics, but
the real fucked shit.
The fucked shit.
Yeah.
He did want the inner fire Varu. Anyways, what was the original question? Fuck, we were far away from that.
That's
Gandalf.
Fine. That's fine.
We
were
so
talking about
what
happens when someone like Gandalf being essentially, we can assume he's like a lesser angel or a demigod or something along those lines. What happens when someone like him picks up the ring, and why that would prevent the Eagles from picking up the ring
The
as well.
Eagles, that's exactly what you're talking about. I got so far off on that.
That's fine.
A
This is a
lot
lore
of
deep dive.
backstory.
Everybody knows what they came here for. So,
Gandalf in taking, or if he would take the ring, and the Eagles, the ring would be utilizable by them. This is something that a lot of like the humans don't realize. So if you remember, like in the movies, there's the meeting where they form the fellowship at Rivendell, and Boromir is like, no, this is a gift. We should use this. We should fight. Use it, like fight with it. And then Denethor thinks the same thing. His father, he thinks like, oh, we would be able to use this in our great fight against Sauron. But that's exactly the kind of shit that Sauron wants. Sauron wants you to use the ring and bring it closer to him, essentially, because you can't control that as a normal person in the world.
Right.
You have to be a very powerful being. So Sauron is on like the same level as like of angel hierarchy as Gandalf. Like they're the same kinds of being. They're super powerful. Sauron is like kind of weirdly powerful. He's like an extra powerful lesser angel. Sauron being, to tie this back around, the most loyal servant of Melkor. So that's their relationship. The big bad, right?
Yeah.
So Sauron's like the little mini big bad.
Satan Jr., I think, is what Silent in my chat described Sauron as. Sauron is Satan Jr. He's baby Satan. Lil Satan.
So the questions about like who can take the ring are very questionable. Like that's the whole thing. It's like it's a very dark and corroding force, and also everyone it makes you want to touch it. So like you are constantly wanting it, and also it makes you feel like shit, and it's a weird combination of things. What was I?
It also sort of opens you to his will, right? Because like that's something that I think happened largely with the ring wraiths, right? Is that they were ultimately like sort of subsumed by his personality.
So I don't think the ring kind of speaks to you. But more importantly than that, the way that I know it, and it might be a little different, is that the One Ring is the conduit by which the other rings are. Okay, I have to say it like this. Sauron in the beginning, in the second age, taught a elf. He disguised himself as an elf and taught an elf, Celebrimbor, how to make rings of power.
Celebrimbor, for the record, is what everybody voted was the nerdiest character in Lord of the Rings. So
yeah, so he is Sauron teaches him how to make the rings, and unbeknownst to him, in the creation of the rings of power, he adds in a way to kind of get into everyone's brain. They sort of act as they bring your defenses down, your mental defenses down. So Sauron's ring sort of focuses his power, and all of the other rings sort of like fuck with everyone else's like mental power. And in the beginning, Sauron didn't actually make the rings of power. He just taught Celebrimbor how, and Celebrimbor made the lesser rings, and then he made 3 specific rings. Gandalf has one, I think.
Galadriel, I think.
Yeah, I think Galadriel has one, and I don't remember who has the last one.
I think Elrond. Was it Elrond?
Yeah,
I think it was
seems
Elrond.
right, but I don't remember actually.
Because he had it in Rivendell, and then she had it in Lothlorien, I think.
Right.
Yeah, and then.
But Gandalf has the 3rd one.
Yeah, Gandalf's got the 3rd.
Yeah, Gandalf, Galadriel, and Elrond.
Yeah. See, I have a decent amount of lore knowledge too.
You got some.
Not as much, but still.
When Sauron originally put on his ring, and attempted to like sway the minds of others, they all took off their rings. All the elves who had them, because the elves were the ones who had them. Celebrimbor was an elf, and he made them for other elves. And he said, "Elves, what's up? We're cool. We've got our rings. We're hanging out." And then they all took off their rings when they realized what Sauron was doing. And Sauron was like, "Well, shit, now my plan's not going to work." And so Sauron goes and he captures Celebrimbor and tortures him until he says where all the rings of power are. And then Sauron takes the rings and distributes them to the races
Dwarves
accordingly.
and
Yeah.
humans, etc., etc. Overlooking, mind you, chat, he overlooks the simple hobbits. He didn't think they were important enough to give a ring, much to his demise later on. So yeah, these rings are basically like, I mean, you've played a fantasy game, you know what a powerful ring is. You put it on, it buffs your stats, you get to do cool shit with it. Exactly what is sometimes up in the air, but that's all right. Like that's part of the fun of fantasy.
To go super, super back, my big problem, my fucking the Eagles. Talking about the Eagles and why they can't just take the ring and drop it in. Like, even if they weren't busy and even if they weren't powerful beings, the whole thing is like, there's Nazgul, there's the Eye of Sauron. Like, Mordor sucks. Like, Mordor, like, he's constantly watching. He sees everything there.
Yeah, the fell beasts, which are the things that the ring race, they fly on those black dragon things. Those are fell beasts. And guess what? They don't have the only fell beasts either. There's like a fuckload of them living in the mountains of Mordor. Like a ton of them.
So they're not the Eagles flying it in just wouldn't have worked. It's just not how that goes. But I think that's my most frustrating thing. The people misconception, I suppose. I don't know if I said another one. I feel like I said another one in the Twitter thread,
and it was.
But I don't remember what I said.
It was, why doesn't Gandalf just shoot more people with the lasers?
Oh yeah, which is so. I don't know. We can go a lot of lore or a little lore.
Let's just do a little lore for now, and then we'll go into the deeper stuff as we go on. Yeah.
So, Gandalf on his way. When the Astari, and the Astari are the wizards, when the Astari came to Middle Earth, they were tasked, remember, because they're like angels, they were told specifically, hey, your job here is not to control the world, it's not to force people into whatever. Your job is purely to act as sort of guides. You have to disguise yourself, you have mortal bodies. You have, mortal in the sense that if you get stabbed, it hurts, and then you can also die that way.
And you can eat, but you might be able to come back. Yeah.
Right. Well, death is supposed to be the end for them. Gandalf is a special case that isn't actually explained, and we assume that it's Ero Ilúvatar who brings him back as the White Wizard.
Okay.
There's some stuff about
he gets a one cheat rule.
So, like, in the movies, they don't say it, but in the movies, Saruman stops being the White Wizard. He thinks he has like surpassed the normal wizard colors, and he calls himself Saruman the Many-Colored. Like, he's got like a rainbow robe and stuff. He's like, he thinks that he's powerful enough, and he wants the ring so that he can, stop Sauron. He's the one. Yeah, he's the Rainbow Wizard. He thinks he's super cool, and so they're not being a White Wizard anymore. Gandalf sort of retakes that form, but they were all told their job is not to, not to dominate, not to control, not to use their powers in like significant ways. And so Gandalf has to act, accordingly. They're angels. They can do more than they show. Yeah.
Basically, they're not supposed to do what happened in The Hobbit. The wizard, if you've seen the Hobbit movies, there's this part where all the wizards are jumping around like Yoda with a lightsaber, and they're like shooting beams of energy at each other, and it's like dun 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 dun, like Star Wars shit. You're not supposed to do that as a wizard. You're supposed to keep it on the down low. You can amaze the mortals sometimes by lighting a pine cone on fire or whatever to like inspire them to action or whatever. And occasionally, like, you might be able to use your powers to stop something terrible from happening. Like, I don't know, that part in the movie where you know, Saruman's like making an avalanche happen, and Gandalf's like, I'll try and make the avalanche not happen as bad. You could do that stuff. Is that right? Is that accurate?
That's pretty much accurate. Yeah.
There we go.
You got to keep it on the super DL. Don't show off too much. No laser bolts or anything.
Precisely. Yeah, it'd be too much. Their heads would blow up.
Yeah, a little bit. I feel like I was gonna say something and now I don't remember.
Yeah, so that's the reason why, though. That more or less
Yeah.
answers the question. That's why Gandalf doesn't just shoot lasers everywhere. I mean, he could probably fuck everyone's shit up if he really wanted to, but it would be kind of lame to do that, and also it would totally screw up the balance of the world. Yeah. Silent
their whole job.
Silent says wizards aren't supposed to hard carry. They're supposed to encourage the mortal races to fix their own problems.
Exactly.
You got it. Yeah.
And mostly they're there to in fixing the problems. The problem that they're mostly referring to is Sauron. That Melkor being defeated and cast into the void, and Sauron returning, essentially. They knew that Sauron would consolidate his power, and the goal is, hey, you got to make the people actually care about something. And there's a big thing in Lord of the Rings about, okay, again, I don't want to go too deep. So all of the Valar, the big angels, the cool angels, the great angels, they were all part of creating different pieces of the world. And so a couple of like sentient races got created this way. The eagles got created that way. The Ents got created that way. The what's the other one I was gonna say? The dwarves got created that way. But Eru Ilúvatar is, he wants men and elves to be special. He's like, these are mine. I'm gonna make these. You guys don't touch these. These are mine. And he creates them, and he kind of plays sort of favorites, and he likes humans a little bit more. And so he gives them like, he gives them shorter lives, death, and they've got a lot of like will. That's one of the big things about humans, man, in this story, is that they've got yeah, like, and so it's common to, it's kind of common in the stories that it's really hard to convince anyone else to do anything. Like, the people are like, the man are the one who try to guide, like, not guide, just get shit done. Like, that's what they want. They want to get shit done. And
They want to build, they want to
everyone
conquer,
else
they
is,
want to do all that shit.
right. And so, like, all the other beings, elves included, are sort of like tied to nature itself. And it's why it's really hard to get them to do anything. They're just kind of, you know, like, whatever happens, we're hanging out, we're cool, we're good. And that's yeah, the hobbits want to eat lunch and go to sleep. Well, the hobbits are technically men, but yes, that is what they want to do. Is there any other?
Yeah.
What's the other?
So basically, the humans are very industrious, but perhaps a little headstrong and careless. The other races are like, well, you know, we live forever. There's no rush. Ents are like, real no rush. They're just like, what the fuck ever. They're like, we're gonna sleep for 60 years, and then we'll wake up and all of our wives are gonna be gone and all that shit. Like, I mean, so yeah, varying levels. And that was actually another question I wanted to hit you with. This one is a little bit less deep lore, I think, but I think a lot of people who are fans of Lord of the Rings would love to know the answer to this if you've got it. What do we know about the Entwives? Where the fuck are they, and why the fuck did they leave in the first place?
Oh, I don't think we know. If it's out there, I certainly don't know, but I'm pretty sure, like, well, all we know is that they were lost. That, like, they literally can't find them. Like, I think that's all the information
we lost
really
our
get.
wives.
Yeah, like, they just don't know where
losing
they
your
are.
wives? Chad, what the fuck?
What's up with the Numenorians? Okay. So here's a weird thing. Remember, you know, in the movies, there's Aragorn, right?
Yeah.
And Aragorn really likes that elf chick Arwen. But they're kind of related. And it's by a pretty significant like, I don't know, there's like cousins X amount of times removed. Like, it's a pretty significant line.
Okay.
But he's like related to Elrond and her, and they're all related to one of the Valar. So the Valar at one point got with some of the super ancient, like first age elves.
Oh shit.
And Numenorians are like a man line off of that
Like,
weird elf
God
line. So it's like
fucks elf god hybrid. So at some point fucks human, and then there's like supermen, like the
basically
Numenorians. They're like,
it's
yeah,
super old and kind of granted a weird gift of leading, I would
Okay.
say, which is kind of strange. So
It's
like
a
for
little
example,
weird,
Numenoria, Numenor existed, and after some shit, after the Numenorians fucked too hard and did too much, they sank Numenor. Pretty sure they sank it, yeah. And some Numenorians
Damn.
went to Middle Earth, and founded Gondor and something to the south of Gondor. I don't remember.
Rohan?
So like, not Rohan.
Rohan,
Rohan. I mean, it doesn't matter. Not. Oh, it has another name. I don't remember what it is. Doesn't matter. Two big kingdom areas. They went and founded some stuff. And that's why, you know, Aragorn, being a descendant of the line of Numenor, is also
Kind of
heir
important.
to the throne of Gondor, and also kind of important.
Yeah.
Is she going to talk about the Black Numenorian? I don't know too much about the Black Numenorians, honestly.
There is a question I have on my list that gets a little political. We'll probably save that for the end so we can.
Oh, I'm
jump into it.
excited for it.
Okay, so
what do you have next?
Here's the next question though that I have. All right, this is another one that I think a lot of people will know. I know some of this, but I'm interested to hear your thoughts on it. So give us the fucking skinny on Bombadil if you can. So how strong is he? What's he? What are his motives? And do you know the meme theory about Bombadil?
About him being a nudist?
No, not that one. The one. I mean, possibly. I mean, sure, but like the one about him being like an embodiment of Melkor. Yeah.
Of Melkor?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. And now I read this massive theory at one point online. Maybe you don't know about it, but the idea is that like there's numerous references to like how powerful he is, and like that the old woods that he resides in is like deeply evil in like a way that almost nowhere else short of Mordor is. And so I want like, and people posited, well, maybe then if that makes sense, if he can control this forest and it's this deeply evil forest, well then he surely must be himself either a great good or a great evil, but he's definitely not a great good, and Gandalf doesn't seem to trust him very much, so that's a little strange. But anyway, if you got Bombadil stuff.
Okay. My Bombadil take isn't very spicy.
That's fine.
And I mostly go with, he is basically just a oh my god, what is that word? Like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm forgetting this word.
It's okay.
He's an anomaly.
Okay.
Like he doesn't fit into any of the rules. He's a little weird. He's very strange. He's confusing, and he has the ring at one point and it doesn't do anything. Like, it's a very confusing thing. Like I like everyone else, I think, turns invisible when they wear it. Men, hobbits and stuff, they're pushed into the wraith world, but he's like, he's good. He just stands there and takes it. Like, he's fine.
Okay.
Nothing happens to him. He's a very strange. I think I've leaned closer to some pseudo Eru Iluvatar. Like, he's actually like a
God
weird
self-insert.
God, but like, I don't even know if that's fair, because he really is just an anomaly.
I mean, he's pretty good in the Lord of the Rings video games. I know he can shoot shoot big waves out that knock people all over the place, and he dances around and goes oh ho 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 and stuff like that. You know? So maybe he's just that. Maybe that was closer to the truth all along.
Maybe. I really don't think, I don't believe I've ever read anything that really delves into his like backstory at all. He's just a weird anomaly, and he has just existed for too long.
He's an SCP. I like that, Red Wave.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, so here we go. This is where we start to get a little political with the questions I
I'm
have,
ready.
and then we'll open it up for the chat, and then we'll perhaps move to the anarchy discussions. So in Lord of the Rings discourse, there's a lot of discussion about will, about power levels, etc., etc. Like dwarves and men collapsed to the power of the ring, as we know, a lot of them did, at least, the ring wraiths, and then you had the dwarves. They were, spurred on partially by the ring to keep digging and digging until they opened up a big demon and it went,
Right.
So do you think, from your extensive reading of Lord of the Rings, do you think that that was like Tolkien's intent was like, or the outcome regardless was like part of sort of like a race realisty kind of thing, like a yikesy thing like that? Or do you think it was like more meant to be culture, and then this was sort of like via pop culture digesting the movies, they sort of put further fantasy on? Because to me, I've always felt very like mixed about that particular opinion, because on one hand, reading the books, it does seem to be not really fixated on like, there's some like lineage shit with like the rightful king and blah blah blah, but it's like, okay, it's fantasy. But like as far as people go, there's not really a whole lot of like bloodline power, really, at least not very much. But at the same time, there are certain parts where it's like, okay, like the orcs are kind of like they're bad, like intrinsically, and that's kind of weird. But I've noticed that, like, I feel like when people talk about Lord of the Rings now and like just sort of like cursory analysis, people are like, it's like a whole bunch of race realism. Do you feel like that was the case in the books, or do you feel like it was like more intended to be culture and perhaps wasn't communicated perfectly?
I don't even know if I would go as far as to say culture. I definitely don't think there's an intent of like race realism,
Okay.
even though you can pull like, you're right that there aren't very many depends on how you want to say this. I'll say it like this. The big stories, Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, um uh Baron and Luthien, stuff about Fëanor, and all of the characters that we're supposed to really, really, that we work to empathize with, that like, that he works to make us empathize with.
The protagonists.
Yeah, are yes, have almost nothing to do with that whatsoever. There's a common thing in fantasy to have, and Lord of the Rings, especially the movies, does this too, where like all of the good guys are white.
Yeah.
Which makes orcs a darker colored skin people, makes them seem
there's of course
like
the Easterlings and the Southerners, which are like a little bit like
a little iffy there.
Yeah.
But also the fact that like I don't think it's supposed to be related to like our modern conceptions of the East, even though the movies kind of play into that a little. But
Yeah, they do.
what I really think, so like orcs, for example, hot thing here really quick, a little bit of lore. Melkor, a long time ago, was really, really frustrated that he couldn't make cool stuff like men and people. He wanted that godly power, so instead he took elves and he tortured them and fucked with them until they became the first orcs.
Goddamn.
So they're not really like trying to make like a culture thing about that. It's kind of hard because that's not like they're he fucked them. He destroyed, like he fucked with their soul essentially. Like he fucked them up really bad. And though he was a noted francophobe. I'm sorry. What was it?
Francophobia has recently become a bit of a thing. This is like the third or fourth time people have brought up francophobia. I don't know if I'm being
a francophobe.
Oh my god. No, don't say that. Listen, I think there's a bunch of people who've been testing me to find out if I'm a francophobe, and I'm not. Somebody asked me, came in, "What are your thoughts on the French language?" And I was like,
Franks, get out.
Oh no! Oh no! The Quebecois are gonna come cancel me. Oh shit!
This is all satire. This is irony. Nothing is serious here. Okay. I haven't meant a single word I've said since I've gotten on stream.
Oh no! Okay. Shit, that's too much. No, go back. All right. Okay, so Yeah.
So I don't think there's really a race or culture real connotation there.
Okay.
Um, I I think that it's fine to critique them in this way, like to look at their examples.
Hmm.
Why is Lord of the Rings have all the good guys as white people? That's really weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like, for example, like wood elves and shit don't look like Legolas. Like that's not what
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
were supposed to look like in the books. Like they're not some like fair-skinned white people. They're weird as shit. They're
Yeah. They're like leaves in their hairs and shit. Like they're like more
yeah,
like nymphs or something.
a little bit. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very strange. But I was gonna say that all of the protagonists and stuff that we're supposed to root for are mostly supposed to be stories of friendship and love and
Hmm.
perseverance and you know being there for one another. Like that's the big Sam Frodo story,
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
the friendship and love that they share for each other. Like that's what that is.
Yeah,
And
it's camaraderie and
yeah,
nobility of spirit in like choosing the right things.
right. I mean, we've got the whole, the Gandalf thing about so Gandalf says a lot of things about, it's not about, choosing to kill someone. Sometimes it's more important to choose, not to. That
Hmm.
it's that, the pity and love and, all of these things for each other. And, it's not, we don't get to decide what time we live in. We just have to decide what we do with the time that we have. Like it's all,
Hmm.
none of this it alludes to this sense of of dynasty and
Yeah,
great power in bloodlines. They play into it a little bit with people like Aragorn and kings and Elrond, but like all of that stuff is designed to vanish. That's part of like what the story is the magic leaving the world. It's why the elves leave, and
hmm,
they're sort of weirdly connected to nature in a weird way, and it just being a story of the birth of men, of the I mean, it is like a British mythos. It's the birth
hmm.
of us being able to choose our own destiny, to go and try to be good,
Yeah.
essentially.
Okay. Yeah, and see, that's sort of the takeaway. That's what I always felt so like weird about the way that people sort of because there are absolutely fantasy universes. Like for example, one that comes to mind that just like is mind-meltingly frustrating on that front is like Warhammer fantasy is just like everything is bloodlines. It's like, oh, I'm the son of a powerful guy, which means I also have powerful magic. And it's just like,
Right.
okay, so there's a lot of this like very fashy like elements that are just like, I mean, oh, I don't get me wrong, I fucking love Warhammer too. It's just like it's really stark. And that and in my experience with Lord of the Rings, it's not very prominent as some people make it out to be on the internet when they're sort of
Mm,
like, I don't know. I think sometimes there's a little bit of like a hipster knee jerk to be like, well, Lord
sure.
of the Rings, it's got to be more bad than it was. But I do understand, like, of course, I think meta critiques of like casting decisions and stuff like that is totally valid.
Yeah, and I think
Obviously.
we can focused make good critiques of the actual writing of Lord of the Rings and how they frame some of it. But I don't think it's ever a goal of the story. Like it's not like it's not like Harry Potter. You're the
Yeah.
the chosen one. You're the none of that stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's all, if there is someone that's part of a great bloodline, they're usually a little side story. They're never
Yeah.
the
Probably the
focus.
most prominent example is probably Aragorn. But even then, like, he's a member of a so-called great bloodline of like basically a bunch of people who did jack shit, and he's the first one to ever do anything with it. Like his dad is like, I don't even remember, like some random dude. And like, you know what I mean? Like it's just like, what the fuck? Like, and then like Strider is like a bum, like a literal bum for most of the story. He's just like roaming around, like eating twigs and like burning things in the woods and just like, oh, this plant's cool, let me smoke this. And it's just like, and then all of a sudden he's like, oh shit, I gotta get my shit together, and then hikes over to Gondor. But like literally at first he's like not even known. Like the whole point is that he's like known as like, he's locally known as like some guy
A
who comes
ranger.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah, he comes in from the woods and like is like, hey, I got some bunnies for you. You want to trade it for some carrots? And it's like, sure, okay. And then nothing else special. And then like later on, it's kind of revealed that he's got a little more going on. He's got a paper
Yeah,
that says I can be king.
the elves that he was staying with knew, Elrond knew,
Elrond's big
and
brain for everyone who doesn't
really
know.
early on. So I know I mentioned this a little bit, but
Yeah.
people, of course, uh, Elrond and the elves at Rivendell really early on reforge um the broken sword, you know, the broken sword that cut off Sauron's finger and the
Yeah.
ring with it. Really early on, they reforged that, and Aragorn just carries it around and talks about it all the time. It's his favorite little sword. He loves that shit. He's super excited about it, and he wants everyone to know that he has it and that it's really cool. And uh, so like elves knew, and then pretty soon after the story starts, he starts filling those shoes a little bit, but um yeah, it's a little. That's probably one of the bigger changes from the movies,
Yeah,
but
early
it's
on, he's more like, hey, listen, you got a fever? I can make you a tea for that. It'll make you feel good, and I'll tuck you in.
okay. He literally only. Okay, so he says they talk about how he has some like he knows some like elf magic-y stuff to heal people,
Yeah.
but it's literally just taking the same plant and rubbing it in every wound that he
Yeah.
sees.
So what you're saying is he has like he has daddy energy, is what you're saying here.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolute daddy energy. I would
Fantastic.
let Aragorn destroy me.
There you
Okay,
go. There we have it. That is the
that's the clip. Clip and ship it.
Exactly. Cut it. You could put it up on the Gay Fest. You could put it up on the out of context, but it won't be me out of context this time. It's very rare. It's a weed. It is a weed. But listen, it's very good. Okay. There's lots of. Okay. Listen. One thing about Lord of the Rings, there are a lot of weeds that are good, and it makes me ask some questions. Okay. It makes me ask some questions about our dear friend.
Long bottom leaf.
Yeah, I got the
Old
long bottom
Toby.
leaf. Exactly. There's a lot of different leaves that make you feel really good, and Gandalf loves that fucking shit. So
It's true.
he's just like, listen, I'm gonna go toke, and I'll be back in town a bit later for some cheese and bread. He loves hanging out with the hobbits. Like that's the cool thing. I don't know. I always loved that part. I always loved that basically Gandalf's just like, dude, the hobbits are cool. I bet they could help us out. He's like, yeah, they're sick. He's like, and everyone else is like, nah, hobbits are annoying. They're like, they just want to eat cheese and argue about this year's crop. And he's like, no, but that's awesome. Like, they have cool music sometimes. And it's like, no, it sounds like shit. And he's like, no, it's really cool. Just come hang out sometime. And then
sorry.
Yeah, no, go for it.
I was gonna ask, have you ever looked into how Tolkien described his own politics?
Someone sent me a quote from his letters to his son about being an anarchist, and I'm just like, oh shit, Comrade Tolkien.
He describes it as anarcho-monarchism. He doesn't use that word, but he says both. He says either anarchism or monarchism, but kind of both of them, and he means it in such a strange way, and it's hilarious to me. He literally says in those letters, he's like, yeah, people like. The way our government is, it's all fucked. People should just kind of hang out. We would be way better if we used names with each other, if we were on a name-to-name basis. We knew each other in the community. We were hanging out with each other. And also, there can be a guy who does government stuff. I don't give a shit about him. You know, deal with the other countries. That's your job. But don't bother us. And anyone who says the word government, they have one chance to take it back, and then we fucking kill them. Like, they're done. Like, it's over.
Damn.
He goes hard.
Anarcho-monarcho-Stalinist Tolkien. Let's see here. Holy shit. It's getting fucking spicy in this shit. Well, I find God, there's like so much you could talk about with Tolkien and his disagreements with C.S. Lewis. C.S. Lewis, who makes me roll my eyes a lot because oh my god, I hate it when people try to say that C.S. Lewis was like a major philosopher, and people say that, and I'm just like, he wrote like Bible fan fiction of the lowest tier. I can't do it. No, I can't turn this into a C.S. Lewis dunking on stream. Listen, some of his books are good. Don Treader was great. Okay.
I would just say in high school, I had a teacher who asked me, a science teacher who asked me to read his book, Mere Christianity. And it is a piece of garbage. It is bad. It doesn't, to call it philosophy it's to debase. It's not even theology. It's not any. It's nothing.
It's
It's
nothing.
like
It's just
weird, weak arguments about Christianity.
it's a early 1900s Tim Pool
Mhm.
video is what it is, or maybe PragerU even. I don't know. It's that bad. It's pretty bad. All of his books are pretty bad like that, and
Yeah.
like there's even like the thing is like The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. That whole like series is fucking cool in some cases, but it always gets derailed by just raw ham-fisted Bible. Where you're just like,
Oh,
oh my
yeah.
god, it's like they're like, oh, we sailed across a sea that's made of like multicolored flowers, and then we arrived at a mountain, and then Jesus appeared, and he was like, I'm the
Yeah.
best. Go on back. Go have fun. You should follow me. And then I'm just like, what the fuck? You were like going into like cosmic shit, and then it's just Jesus is
Mhm.
like, yeah, nah, turn around, go back, go have fun being Jesus and or following Jesus, and you know, not fucking and whatever. I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ, get this man away from me.
That is,
Yeah.
it's the opposite of that, which I really like about Tolkien and his mythology, which it is very clearly religious inspired,
Mm-hmm.
like gods and angels and creating of the creation of the universe and the world, and like all of it is very clearly like you can tell his religion is impacted. It's written like an early Old Testament, you know,
Yeah.
writing, but it's not like no one in Lord of the Rings is like, oh God, and there's the Jesus character right there. Oh, he
Yeah.
died. Oh, and he's
Some
back
people
after
try to do
2
that to
days.
Gandalf, but it's totally
It's
unfair.
not.
Totally
It's not the
unfair.
same
The
thing, yeah.
only same thing is that he came back 3 days
died,
later.
yeah.
That's it.
Well, it's not
Yeah.
even 3 days. It's literally just after some time.
Yeah,
It's a
something-
significant
they
period
made
of
it
time
like
between them.
yeah, like I think in the movies they said it was like approximately that. But in the movies the time gets dilated so much cuz like
Yeah.
it's just like there's these scenes, they have like 3 scenes of like the Uruk-hai like carrying Merry and Pippin around, and it's just like, oh, they ran across like the equivalent of like running across like America in the movie. It's like, oh, they did this for like 2 hours, like running from one place where they kidnapped them to like literally all the way
yeah.
across a continent. And in the movie it's just like cut, and then they're like da, 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 da. And it's like in the books it's like they're getting carried around in burlap sacks for like a week, and then they finally manage to slip away, and it's just like, yeah.
Like for example, the Bilbo leaving and Gandalf entrusting Frodo with the ring, and then him going to read about it and then coming back is like 10 plus years.
Yeah, it takes fucking
Like,
forever.
but it feels like Gandalf rode to Gondor in like a weekend and came back and was like, dude, where's the ring? But
And you know what's funny? This is like really silly and unrelated, but this is something I can actually like sympathize with the movie makers, is that like travel time and travel distance is one of the hardest things for me to have written into fantasy. And like some people are really good with it, but for me I was like, fuck, it's really hard for me to like draw a map and actually figure out how long would it take to go from my big old city I have over here to the lake over here without it feeling like, aha, like it's like a video game, like hop, skip, and a jump and you're there. Like,
right.
it's like, no, I want it to feel like you're actually, it's very difficult to do. So I get it. I get it. They, you know, people think that horses go way faster than they do. Like, you ride a horse, it's going to take like, I think part of it is just because we live in the age of cars, and we're just like, oh yeah, you could take a car and drive for a few hours and you'll be like somewhere else in your state. And it's like, no, on a horse, it would take you the entire day to go to another city in your state for most people. Like, you'd need to stay every time you want to go to the neighboring town. You got to stay somewhere in an inn or some shit. Like, it's totally different. Yeah. So, all right. Well, okay. So now, if you're cool with it, we'll open it up to the chat to pelt you with some questions. All right, chat. Whip up the Lord of the Rings questions before we move on to politics.
Earlier, someone asked what I thought of Moorcock, and yes, please.
There we go. Okay, Moorcock. All right, I get. Wait, okay, that was. I think I said they had a based name, but I think your answer was better. All right, so here's one. What PS3 Lord of the Rings games do you recommend?
PS3. There was so I liked playing, even if it's a little goofy. I like lore-wise goofy, because of course they are. I liked the was it Shadow of Mordor?
Okay.
Is that what it's called? Hold on, I don't want to get this wrong.
Is
There were
that the
two. and I only played the first one. Yeah, so Middle Earth: Shadow of Mordor, and then the second one was Middle Earth: Shadow of War, but I don't know if that came out on the PS3 or PS4. Um uh why has there never been a good Lord of the Rings MMORPG? Because all MMORPGs are bad.
Wait a minute. I like WoW.
I'm so bad. Like I cannot find fun in them. I lots of love to anyone who enjoys them, but I'm so unhappy at playing any of them. They're all the same thing. Walk here, kill this, take it to somebody else.
Okay.
But I understand that getting to like the cool raid stuff at the end of those is where the fun is supposed to be.
Well, hold on a second now. You're getting a little ahead of yourself here. Now, hold on. I have to do this. There's too many WoW fans in my audience, including
All right,
myself.
okay.
So
Cutter Mike.
you've made some enemies. No, I'm kidding.
Fair.
But here's the thing. MMOs are the game. The good gameplay in MMOs is at the top end. You're correct about that. However, most MMOs exist for the same reason that I would assume the same underlying things as to why you're into Lord of the Rings lore. For me, I like World of Warcraft because the lore is just bonkers deep. And of course, there's all kinds of inconsistencies because it's not like it's a corporate product now, and there's all kinds of other problems. But nonetheless, there's all kinds of lore. There's just shit tons of amazing stuff that you can dig into, all these little amazing stories and different writers who came in. And so that's why I like it. The core gameplay is not like the most enveloping, although
Sure.
I will say that the raid stuff is its own thing. So for me, the lore is the one thing that keeps me like into that universe, and the way that you can just, yeah, some of the tasks are repetitive, but you're going and you're experiencing these stories, and you're like, it's just a scale that's really huge, and there's these mythologies that exist within the game, and there's little details buried here and there, and it's the same kind of thing that makes me like Lord of the Rings. So maybe that could be something that I don't think I would want to convince you to play MMOs, but it might help you understand the people who do like MMOs. A lot of people are really addicted to the lore.
Oh, totally. And I will say, anytime I've played them, it has been purely for that. Like,
yeah.
But then it wanes. My attention goes elsewhere, and
That's
I say, I'm not paying $15 a month for this.
Yeah. Now, see, the real secret is to be like me, where I don't pay for WoW. I sell things on the auction house, and while I'm doing reading or listening or research for stream, I'll just grind out picking flowers. I basically Strider in Lord of the Rings. I go out into the woods, I pick random flowers, I bring them into town, and I go, will you give me some WoW time for this? And people go, sure. So yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
It's kind of like how I played Skyrim.
Yeah.
Just go pick some flowers and then go make shit out of it.
I have a problem with the Elder Scrolls games and picking up everything that I see. Like, I'm just like, a flower.
I'm there.
Oh, I don't even know what this flower does. I just want it. Give me it. Like, pick. Yeah, I have an addiction in games too. Picking flowers and fishing. A fishing mini game. Every game needs a fishing mini game. It's the one thing that will never be out of place in any game. Like, I don't care what the game is. Like, you put a fishing mini game in, I'm gonna like it. Oh yeah, also there's some new stuff in the new WoW expansion that are pretty like, they've actually made some steps forward, which is pretty cool as far as gameplay is concerned. But yeah. All right. So any other questions from chat? Any other lore questions from chat?
I saw one a minute ago that I saved because I wanted to answer it, which was, why does an elf have to give up their lifespan to be in love with a human? And the answer is, they don't. The misconception comes from Arwen and Aragorn. So in Lord of the Rings, all the elves are leaving. They say that their time here is done. They have to leave. They're gonna peace out. They're done. Their time here is done, and it's supposed to be the birth of the Age of Men. So it's the like Age of Eldar, the time of the Eldar or whatever. Before then, and so as I said before, elves are sort of like super connected to nature, and their connection to nature is also in relationship to the Valar. It's very strange, hard to explain. But basically, all of that like magic-y stuff is kind of disappearing, and with it, so does like the elves' never-ending lifespan. their immortality, essentially. And as such, what they have to do, what comes next, is either die here in Middle Earth or go to Valinor and hang out with the Valar until they're done, essentially.
Okay.
So when Arwen wants to stay, it's only because that sort of last light of the elves is leaving, and so she essentially becomes like weirdly pseudo-human, but not really, because she still lives really long.
Yeah. It reduces the immortality, but like you get long life. I mean, the lifetimes is kind of strange in Lord of the Rings anyway, because like
Yeah.
Some humans live for a fucking crazy long time, like Aragorn does, but that's nothing compared to elves. And dwarves live like 300 fucking years, but hobbits only live like 112 or something.
100's like weirdly long for them too. For them. Like that was the whole thing about Bilbo being 11-1 or whatever. Like is his
11-1st. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't expect that. Ents are super old.
Yeah.
They call Gandalf young master. Like they're old as shit.
They're real old. So here's a question from Rakasan from earlier. I think I took this one down actually. Do you know, or do you have any insight into why Tolkien like borrowed a lot of names and stuff from like specifically Norse mythology? I feel like I have a good idea of that, but if you could answer that question, that'd be great.
Well, so the mythos of Lord of the Rings, the Lord of the Rings universe, is sort of supposed to be a pseudo, have some pseudo relationships to the modern world. So he sort of pulls from certain languages and names for things that he saw as like sort of pseudo related, but not really like that directly related. It's not like dwarves became like Nordic or whatever. Like it's not that, but it's that kind of like, he was a linguist, he wrote this kind of stuff, so he just kind of pulled
inspiration.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's as far as I understand.
Who
there
do you
might
think
be
started
more to it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It's okay.
Who do you think started the feud between the elves and the dwarves? Or do you know?
The elves and dwarf stuff is weird. Because depending on what point you're talking about,
do you think they're just racist to each other?
Well, there were alliances before, and then they all kind of got broken, and everyone's kind of segmented. I don't know if there was I don't remember an original. I don't remember what drove them apart originally, but
well, there we have it. It's still a mystery.
I'll have to look that up, see if I can find anything good for that.
You're gonna reenact the scene of Gandalf riding the horse and going like looking at all the books and be like, oh shit.
I'll descend into darkness.
Yeah, go down into the bottom. There's like a bunch of wax candles and shit. Should Éowyn have married Faramir, or should she have joined Aragorn and Arwen's polycule? Good question.
You're asking the question too specifically. Both her and Faramir should have joined the polycule. I don't know why you're leaving Faramir out. Faramir's a babe. Have you seen him? Oh my god. He can kill me whenever he wants.
And also, I mean, dude's a skilled ass hunter, you know? That's a nice talent. Yeah, he can provide and everything.
And he has daddy issues.
True. I mean, completely justly too. Fuck Denethor. Denethor is such an asshole. Like, gotta be my least favorite character in all of Lord of the Rings. What a piece of shit.
Faramir also didn't succumb to the ring. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but he didn't have it for very long, to be fair.
Look at Faramir's note. What the fuck gave that shit? Oh my god.
All right, it's getting very horny in chat now. All right.
Seriously.
Is there a character that everyone hates out of spite in Lord of the Rings? Yeah, I think we just revealed that. Denethor. Fuck Denethor. That guy is such an asshole. There's like, holy shit. What a piece of shit. He even grossly eats that tomato in the movie. Like, what the fuck?
That song, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's good, but he fucking ate that tomato. Wait, did I say orange? Tomato. I meant tomato.
You said tomato.
Okay, yeah, he eats a fucking tomato and just like spits it all over his face. I'm like, dude, fuck you. You're so bad. Holy shit. Anyway.
Wormtongue is a total douche, but Wormtongue, both in the movies and in the books, kills Saruman.
Yeah.
So, and Saruman totally doesn't like he's the one that goes and like enslaves all the hobbits. And
oh
and
yeah, that's not even in the movies. People forget about
they
that part.
allude to it with the little seeing mirror that Galadriel has.
Yeah.
The Shire's on fire and stuff.
Basically, for people who don't know, in the Lord of the Rings books, there's more after the crowning of Aragorn and all that shit. They go back to the Shire, and it's totally fucked. Like, completely and utterly fucked. So basically, while they're busy, like, fighting a big war, like, Saruman and the Uruk-hai go and fuck up the Shire and turn all the hobbits into slaves and stuff. And then they have to go kick their ass, and it sucks. Yeah, it's wild. It's actually really kind of a cool part in the book, but and I think if I remember correctly, oh yeah, Saruman gets killed by Wormtongue, but then Wormtongue gets killed by some hobbit guards, which is kind of like cool. Like you're like, oh shit, the hobbits can actually kick ass sometimes. Yeah, so
I don't remember them killing Wormtongue, but that sounds
I thought they
about
killed
right.
him on his way out of the Shire.
Oh,
Like he's trying to run away.
I
and
totally
like,
believe it.
And they just beat him with sticks and stuff.
I just didn't hold on to that information. I totally believe you.
Yeah.
What was I was gonna say something about Sauron. I don't remember. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think that's
other-
most of the questions that we've gotten here. Oh, why is he a floating eye? I think
Because
that's
he got
just,
beat up.
yeah, his body got blown up. I think the floating eye thing is just like authorial like license. Like he's just like he's an eye.
I mean, in the books, it says all that's left is a lidless eye. And when you're talking about like an angel, like it's
very,
however that's
very
gonna
seraphim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
what are your
needed the ring to
favorite
restore his body, yeah.
characters?
Yeah.
So, oh yeah, he totally did. What are your favorite characters? No, Merry and Pippin they're related. They don't fuck. Stop it. How did he corrupt the Palantirs? He didn't corrupt them. They're seeing stones. You look into them and you like fuck with each other.
But it's like an unencrypted line. Anybody can listen in.
Yeah. And also you kind of show weird things with it. And he's really powerful. It's really weird. He's super magical. But my favorite character depends. But I'm really partial to Gandalf.
Okay, Gandalf,
I really like Gandalf a lot. But aside from that, probably Sam.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, let me think. I mean, I've always really liked Gandalf. I mean, Gandalf is just, I mean, he's so good. Like, in every way. You're just like, oh my god, I wish Gandalf was my grandpa. And I don't know, though. Like, I also, I used to be, like, a big Legolas fan because I always thought bows were cool. But as time has gone on, I've been more like, oh, I kind of just like the bow, mostly. Like, his character isn't, like...
The Legolas around him isn't important.
It's not all that, and that feels kind of, like, lame for a favorite character. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd have to probably go with Gandalf, too. Gandalf is just he's so cool. He's so all-around awesome.
Gray or white?
Why did the actor that played Sam say he didn't suck? I thought he did fine.
No, yeah.
Sean,
not Sean Bean. What's his name? Fuck.
I know what you're talking about.
Sean Astin.
Sean Austin, yeah. Or Astin, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, but both.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking great actors in those films. It was actually amazing, like, how many good actors there were. Fucking Boromir nailed it. That's Sean Bean. Yeah.
Died excellently.
Yeah. Oh, incredible. Like,
okay,
what a great...
Honestly, though, I cry. Like, every time I watch him and he said that he would have followed Aragorn, oh, swoon. Oh.
Yeah. It's just so beautiful. Like, oh my god. And the thing is, like, Boromir in the books, like, here's the thing. Boromir in the movies is already, you can kind of, like, get behind him. You're like, oh yeah, I see where he's going with this. He's really frustrated and, like, he's kind of a spoiled baby and doesn't really...
Also still has daddy issues.
Still has daddy issues, exactly. But in the books, Boromir is, like, he's really cool. You really like Boromir by the time you get to that point. You're like, what, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you trying to take the ring? But you're also like, but I like you. Why are you doing a bad thing? In the movies, it's more like, okay, yeah, he's kind of an asshole. But in the books, it's like, fuck, like, we lost a friend. So, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Let's see. Was there any other questions here? Doesn't look like it. Somebody's asking me what the Chud roll is. That's not a Lord of the Rings question. You'll find out if you ever get the Chud roll. Is The Hobbit supposed to read like a bedtime story?
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
kind
a
of.
children's story.
Yeah.
It's literally, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was partially directly written, but also partially stories he told to his kids.
Okay.
Like, I think that it was literally like episodic stories he told to his kids. I'm pretty sure.
That makes sense.
Baron a Groomer, no, he was based literally. Okay,
I don't know about this guy. This is one part of the story I don't know much about.
Baron and Luthien. So,
Drop it, Angel.
Baron was tasked. Well, Baron liked Luthien and wanted to be with Luthien, and Luthien's dad, I think, told Baron to steal a Cimmeril from Morgoth. Melkor, same person.
Yeah.
And that's like an impossible task, essentially. You know, go steal from the angel, the big dark angel, and for then you can wed my daughter, essentially. And yeah, go do the suicide mission and you can marry my daughter. Exactly. That's exactly what it was. And if you look on Tolkien and his wife's grave, Tolkien says Baron and his wife says Luthien.
Okay, so yeah, not a groomer. Okay. Another question. Glorfindel dies fighting a Balrog in the ancient elf kingdom, and he's reborn in Rivendell. Where'd it go? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Oh no, where'd it go? I can't see it. Oh, here it is. God damn it. This chat is killing me right now. Why? Okay, he's brought back, and it has parallels to Gandalf's rebirth. What's up with that, if you know?
I'm not super familiar with that. No.
Why is it muting you? What the fuck? It's okay, Angel Bright. We got the question. Was Valinor functionally an elven ethno-state?
No, it was where the Valar lived.
So it's a Valar ethno-state.
Sort of. It's an angel ethno-state that the angels are allowed into, and then rumored that Gimli also got in, and then of course Frodo and
that's the Grey Havens, right?
Bilbo.
Or that's like where it's located. Okay. Also, based song featuring Annie Lennox. Good one. All right. Okay, so I think at this point it's a good time to begin the shift over to the politics, which I'm
totally ready. All right, one final last thing.
Yeah.
I just have to show off my one ring that I wear.
Whoa.
I don't know.
Fuck you wearing that. That makes you pretty sus, you know. Whoa.
I don't know if it's gonna focus. Fuck. Oh well.
It looks cool as fuck.
I was told to show it off, so.
So you have a hell of a lot of power that you could be currently using to influence us, for all we know. That's very cultural Marxisty of you. You come in here.
I would never do that to my or anyone or every single person in this audience. I would never do that to you all.
Secretly wear a ring of power off screen so that you could influence us into thinking that your Lord of the Rings takes are based. Oh my God.
What can I say?
Wow. Based and ring-pilled, as it turns out. And that's all of you now. Everyone here is now
ring-pilled.
Yeah, you've been ring-pilled. You've attended Lexi U.
That sounds like you've got ringworm.
Ah! Whoa! Go back again. Damn it! It's the second time we've had to go back. All right.
God.
It's good. Listen. Medical problems are a real deal, and you should talk to your doctor about them. Okay? There's the message. All right. So let's talk. Let's make a small change of pace here, and let's talk about motherfucking anarchy. Let's talk about.
Hell yeah.
Let's talk about all kinds of things. I had a couple of questions for you, and then we can get Sondsol in here. And I think, I think he's looking to be properly anarcho-pilled as best as you're able to. And I think if you're up to the task, it might be very fun.
I will certainly do my best.
Yeah. So I've done, I'm not like I have pretty wild ADHD, so I don't do the most amount of reading these days anymore. However, I have done some reading. And with that in mind, now given that we're moving into anarchy, what would be your first recommendation for a primer before we get into you sort of talking about what your understanding of it is and how what it means to you? What would be your primer if you were going to give people something to read, to watch, or whatever on anarchist theory and anarchist thought?
So I am very partial to Malatesta. So I'm going to give you a tiny bit of history before I give you exactly the piece. So you've got your mid 1800s. There's a socialist, not a movement, it's a pseudo movement before. There's a couple of writings of like utopias, as we'll call them. And then you've got some, new writers coming on, people like Proudhon, people like Kropotkin start showing up.
Some people call him Proud Han.
Yes, the proud honey.
Yeah.
He is.
Well, that wasn't what I was going for, but that does work too. Yeah.
He is. Then Marx comes along, right? And they form. After some time, they form the first international. So there's Marxists there, there's socialists, there's communists. Both of these words have existed with movements attached to them before these people. There's anarchists, and there was the classic historical struggle, conflict between Bakunin, the anarchist, and Marx. And they butted heads a lot on a lot of different ideas. Marx critiques everybody, and Bakunin was no different. And after this, the anarchists were cast off from the international. They were sort of forbidden from the international. And Bakunin was what you would call a collectivist. And this doesn't have quite the same meaning. So a lot of people say, like, are you an individualist or are you a collectivist?
A very American way of,
a very, it's wrong. I don't like it. It's bad.
Wrong,
I don't think those words mean much of anything anyways, individualist and collectivist, but what they meant to Bakunin, what collectivist meant to him, was sort of he believed in a sort of like everyone gets the full product of their labor kind of idea, that like no government, we're all working, we're doing whatever, and we get what we make. We make something, it's ours. And after their expulsion and after Bakunin's death, there were two anarchists that were sort of part of that little party who didn't really agree with him on collectivism, and instead decided to they were communists. They wanted to advocate for communism, and the two big names are Carlo Cafiero and Enrico Malatesta. Cafiero did things like wrote a summary of Marx's Capital, like it's not the big book. I mean, this is Capital. It's not a big ass book. It's instead like digestible and like maybe depending on how fast you read, a couple weeks or whatever. Okay. Maybe it's
not a giant economics textbook.
Yes, like Capital. It's not a textbook, but it's still like decently sized. It's not like a paragraph or anything. It's got its own chapters and stuff. So these people, Cafiero and Malatesta, were the big advocates of anarchist communism. And Malatesta is probably my favorite anarchist. I like the way he writes the best. And the pieces that I would recommend for a primer would be twofold. I almost want to give three, but I'll just do two.
Give us three.
Okay, I'll give you three. So you can pick between them. They're about the same, in my opinion. There's a piece called Neither Democrats Nor Dictators, Anarchists. And then there's another piece I think you wrote called Democracy and Anarchy. Those pieces are essentially the same. They make the same points, basically. But then it's the two main ones that actually have like a broader, those are mostly criticisms of what exists. And they're kind of short. They're very, very short pieces. They're like a few paragraphs long. But the two main pieces that I would use as a primer would be an anarchist program and then Anarchy. Not the most brandable names, but they're very to the point. And so like Anarchy is sort of a broader, like it's a little bit longer and it's sort of like a general ideals. What's the society that we're trying to think of? what's our criticisms that we have of what exists, stuff like that. An
Mhm.
anarchist program lays out 7 ideals for like what they believe should happen. Like the kind of like it's like 7 sentences on like what they believe, and they're really, I mean, I can they're super easy. Like
Yeah. Hit us with them.
here, tweeted these more than once, but okay, here we go. So the first one: abolition of private property and land and raw materials and the instruments of labor, so that no one shall have the means of living by the exploitation of the labor of others, and that everybody, being assured of the means to produce and to live, shall be truly independent and in a position to unite freely among themselves for a common objective and according to their personal sympathies. 2, abolition of government and of every power which makes the law and imposes it on others. Therefore, abolition of monarchies, republics, parliaments, armies, police forces, magistrates, and any institution whatsoever endowed with coercive powers. 3, organization of social life by the means of free association and federations of producers and consumers, created and modified according to the wishes of their members, guided by science and experience, and free from any kind of imposition which does not spring natural or from natural needs, to which everyone, convinced by a feeling of overriding necessity, voluntarily submits. 4, the means of life for development and well-being will be guaranteed to children and all who are prevented from providing for themselves. 5, this one gets a little rough, but 5, war on religions and all lies, even if they shelter under the cloak of science. Scientific instruction for all to an advanced level. 6, war on rivalries and patriotic prejudices, abolition of frontiers, brotherhood among all peoples. And 7, reconstruction of the family, as will emerge from the practice of love, freed from every legal tie, from every economic and physical oppression, from every religious prejudice. Those are his 7 core, as deep as it gets, or as,
The
ideal as
axiomatic
it gets.
truths.
Yeah.
The axiomatic values. Fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean,
Those are the big ones.
I mean, that's again, Malatesta is the anarchist of whom I've read the most, and also largely influences my political thinking and approach as well. So yeah, now that that's been established, now that you've given us the ideal primers, and by the way, everyone, I will list those. I will list Lexi's recommendations on the theory channel after all of this. So if you're interested, I will post them all there. Then I would like to hear what anarchy and the concept of anarchy means to you, how it's been valuable to you, how it informs your politics, et cetera, et cetera.
So,
and you can go as broad or as small as you want to.
We'll start super broad. Anarchy and what it means to me. So, anarchy to me is it's the ideal of true collaboration between people, of cooperation, and okay, so I want to make a little bit of a distinction. Anarchy being the end state, the end, quote unquote, like the society in which the state and government has been abolished, and we are free to, organize together and produce and consume, as without anyone imposing laws or rules on us. We agree to things together. So Malatesta at some point says that common criticisms of anarchy are that the idea is like we would all be like you have to believe that you would have to be all by yourself, independent from all other people. And he's like, no, like that's not, like we need other people. That's what this whole thing is. We need other people to survive. We need that social development. We need these structures of each other. And being that we need each other, we also have to come to agreement on things. Like we have, like, there's going to be agreements that have to be come to between people, and they will either be free or they will be forced. And we want to go for the free. We want it to be free, voluntary agreement, not forced agreement, that we need a recognition that
Mhm.
we are in this together, that there is, like, we have to secure each other's freedom to be free ourselves. That if anyone is held into bondage or, exploitation or, forced anything, that we can't be free. How can you be free while others are exploited and and enslaved, either in, actual physical bondage, or you know I'll say a sort of uh impersonal bondage.
Mhm. So
um
you mean
yeah,
like greater what's the term? Abstracted forms of bondage, like a society that makes it necessary for you to work or you die. Or
exactly.
you're allowed to die, I should say. You don't
Yeah,
necessarily instantly die, but you
so
will be
there's
left to die.
I'm gonna double dip here a little bit. Maybe this is unfair, but it's clear, being Carlo Caffiero and Malatesta, knowing each other and agreeing with Marx on a lot of things,
Mhm.
they themselves would have understood Marx's understanding of, um, how do I put it, the impersonal domination of the market,
Mhm.
of capital. I mean, this is like the big joke. Like, we made up money, but now that we've made it up, we can't control it. Like,
Mhm.
it has a life and rules of its own. Like, it's okay, chat. Yes, there's that kind of bondage. If that's
It was
voluntary bondage,
inevitable that chat was going to go that way.
it's not real bondage if you agree to it. Okay.
Yes, it's
Well, hold on. There's like there's some kinds of like you can
yes.
agree to slavery, but that's not what we mean.
Yes.
Stop it.
No, no. Oh, this is actually a point that we're going to talk about in a little bit, chat. So get your dicks back in your pants and hold on for a few minutes, all right? I know y'all want to fucking imagine, a future anarchist society where we don't have to go to work, but you can go home and have your, femdom beat the shit out of you for sexual pleasure or whatever it is. That's fine. You get to have that. In fact, you get to have it better than you do now. But hold on, we'll talk about that, okay? Jesus
so
fucking Christ.
so there are impersonal, abstracted forms of domination and coercion, and we want to be free of those, like, in all senses.
Mhm.
um So, for example, there are many institutions, sort of social institutions, that for a really long time, and to an extent they've existed still today, that keep women subjugated in various forms. And, for example, there's a piece that Malatesta wrote. It's a bit of a dialogue between people, and it's called "At the Cafe." It's really good, really easy read, it being a dialogue. And at one point, the characters, one of these, so it's basically like some socialists and anarchists are talking to some like bourgeois people. That's essentially how it
This is
goes.
the 1800s equivalent of like those Tumblr threads that's like, oh yeah, that happened.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
invented two characters that he's pitting them in an argument, but they're both the dolls. And he's like, ha 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 ha,
Exactly.
and then the
Exactly.
anarchist wins. Yeah. Yeah.
And at one point he says, the anarchist, socialist, whatever they want to describe them, says basically, put things into the common. Like, they're like, society exists and
Mhm.
society should own what society has made. Like, these aren't people's, these are, especially like an individual, like, holder of, no, this is society, it's everybody, it's common, we should all be able to use it. And the other guy's like, well, should we put the women into common too? Is that what you want? You want us all to have a big brothel? And he's like, why the fuck would you think that? He's like, are you joking? He's like, no, I thought I was being serious. He's like, well, no, women will do whatever the fuck they want to do. Just like we're going to do whatever the fuck we want to do. That's the whole goal. Like, the fact that you even think that is already showing like how fucked up you are right now. Like, no,
Yeah.
like, let people do what the fuck they want. That's generally how that goes. But back to the bigger, broader question of how do I how does anarchism itself influence my own current politics?
Mhm.
And it's mostly a belief that, okay, so there's a lot of organizations, so like unions and parties and and you know, depending on a lot of other things, we can add stuff into this,
Mhm.
the police and judges and the state in general and therapists sometimes and some of these are institutions which are corrupted through um like just what we exist under.
Mhm.
Like if we're existing in a society where labor is so important to the continuation of the circulation of things like capital, money and stuff like if this and for accumulating that you need people to work for you, um, then things like therapy will be like designed, they will corrupt themselves. Not that therapy isn't, tons of people can get good things from therapy. I
Of
don't
course.
want anyone to think that that's not true, but also they are institutions of social control and they are institutions that are designed to get you to be functional in the society that exists today. And functional also means a good little worker.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah, and this is actually
so
something that
like,
you and I would agree a lot on, which is that I think therapy has been, I mean, incredibly valuable to me. But interestingly, the therapy that was most valuable to me was not about getting me working again. It was not
mm,
about fixing on how can I like getting me to make more money. It was about helping me to become satisfied with who I am and figure out what things are challenging me from self-realizing. And I think there is a lot of therapy that can serve like that, but there's also a lot that's just kind of like what you said, where where you have someone who has been traumatized by their workplace or whatever, and they go into therapy, and the therapy is just fixated on how do we get you back to work and working again. And that just is, it's very self-dealing in a certain way.
mhm.
Yeah. So yeah.
um, the person in chat's right too. School is another good example of like
Talk
education
about
is
that a lot.
super important. It's like it's incredibly important to get a good to be educated so that you can engage with society and higher level thinking and but also that's not what school does. School isn't designed to do that. School is designed to have you meet some hyper specific standards to basically make you good enough to be a good worker.
Mm-hmm.
And the types of work that you will do could be different depending on what you focused on, depending on how deep you go and stuff like that. But these are, it's social control. It's, making sure that there's enough people for production, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and but other things, so those are things like therapy and school, which are institutions which are not necessarily bad, but could be saved through some larger deeper root change.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just give like more oversight to therapy or different testing things for schools. Like no, these have to come from like an entire shift in and what I would say would be a shift in the mode of production.
Mm-hmm.
That's my big that's the big Marxist
Yeah,
language
yeah.
here is the mode of production would have to change here.
Mm-hmm.
Separately from this, there are institutions which start off with reasonable goals but outlive their usefulness. Um, and they usually get recuperated and turn into something a little unlike their original form. So, for example, modern day unions. A lot of people, um, I don't think it's wrong to support unions. I think unions can, provide a lot of, collective bargaining is useful.
Mm-hmm.
That's a useful thing to do. But also at the same time, like they literally used to be called, and in other places sometimes still are, they were called resistance societies. They were designed like it was full on resistance. It was we're a class, you're a class, fuck you. Like this is like
Yeah.
we're in a real
We're in a
antagonism
struggle.
here.
Yeah.
But over time, this has been recuperated. These have outlived their usefulness as a organizational form, and and have more turned into like they have a spot at the table. They've, they understand that other people are at the table. They have their thing. They say their piece. If they don't get, enough of what they want, they might try to mobilize their people to do things like a strike. But even that, it's usually on the smaller scale. And like, there are still some big ones, of course. Yesterday, or Jesus, that was today. Holy fuck. Today on my stream this morning, we were talking about the big Indian protests, the strike, the huge strike going on in India. And it's a big farmer strike. And a bunch of farmers unions are the ones that set it up and got it going. And there have been similar ones in the past. They do it almost yearly, but not quite. And they don't have quite the same demands. And these ones were very specific to some laws that were passed this year. But at the same time, it's very much recuperated into the general, capitalist negotiation table, right? Like it's all
the
we
end.
want some
the
stuff.
end is always going to be here's a little bit more benefits, and not here's what you actually deserve.
It's placation rather than full on. And the union itself is like it can't do anything else. What could it do? Like full on rebellion usually gets squashed from like a, if a union tries to do that. But like a union wants to preserve, I think most institutions can never advocate for their own abolition. I think that's even true of some classes that like farmers and peasants can't really advocate for their own abolition. Their relationship to the society itself.
It's very difficult for us to envision or to be willing to put ourselves in a position where we're putting our own whatever sustains us at risk.
And so I'm very hesitant to believe in formal institutions. I'm also hesitant to believe in most forms of coercion. I'm hesitant. These are all the things that these are things that I picked up from anarchist theory. Is I understand that these can be utilized at times. A lot of historical anarchists would write things like, "Don't vote for whoever because you're just picking a new master," and stuff like that. And I understand the purpose of this kind of rhetoric. And a lot of people have the misconception that anarchists were always like revolution now, we're always, but that wasn't ever.
But part of that though, and this is something I even discussed actually in a debate that I did some time ago with this right-wing guy, was this sort of like there's this demonization of anarchy if you look into the actual history of anarchy, like most anarchists were like set up like a bread stand or some random shit like that. And I'm like, every anarchist I've ever met IRL, like when you hear anarchist, you think like cartoon character throwing a bomb or something. And it's like, they're the anarchists. But in reality, it's like, no, it's like somebody carrying a bunch of groceries to somebody's house. Like, I'm serious. Like,
no, totally.
There's a giant anarchist group here in town that has been operating a mutual aid fund, and like that's the sort of thing that most anarchists historically have done.
There's two little things I want to say. One, Tolkien, when he was describing himself as both an anarchist and a monarchist at the same time, when he said anarchist, he like puts in like parentheses, not whiskered men with bombs. Like he's like, that's not what I'm talking about. But secondly, there's a really good story of Malatesta. So a friend of Malatesta wrote a piece called The Life of Malatesta, and it just went through everything basically. And at one point he describes how basically Malatesta started a little food stand to make some money.
I love this story.
And there were a bunch of hungry kids and people, and they were poor, and he couldn't possibly sell it to them, and he didn't want them to go hungry, so he just gave all his food away. And he was written to, and they were like, "Hey, like, how's your thing going?" And he's like, "I've got plenty of customers, but I don't think I'm going to be doing this much longer." Like, kind of, he just wanted to help other people and the community that he was in. And I think that's a lot of it, is the just want to. So for example, Malatesta said in a letter, I believe, that anarchy to him, the ideal of anarchy, is love. Like it's love for other people and to care for them. This deep spiritual brotherhoodly love between people, holding it together, wanting everyone to be okay. He says that uh, what the Christians call charity, we call like solidarity. In one word, it's loving one another. Love doesn't just give a little bit; it gives, and it wants to give more every time. Like, and I feel, while being maybe a little idealistic, not in the Marxist sense of the word, but a little, it's a
Utopia?
little flowery.
Yeah.
But I really appreciate that. A lot of people fall into weird lines of, I'll call it pseudo revolutionary fervor, where they just want to fucking fight, like just to fight mostly.
Yeah.
And so, for example, I almost wanted to say this when we started, but we went on Tolkien instead. We chose
fine.
Tolkien. I
That's
think
fine.
that was a good choice.
Yeah,
But I
that
was
was
listening
great.
to you before I came on, and you were talking about Rush Limbaugh, and you were talking
Yeah.
about Rush Limbaugh's weirdly terrifying push for civil war.
Yes.
And I wanted to say that oftentimes, you ever watch one of those like doomsday shows, like the preppers, right? Like
Yeah,
doomsday
for
preppers.
sure. Yeah. Yeah. Frequently.
So the things that doomsday preppers do are dumb. They're stupid.
Very
They're
wasteful.
like more than wasteful. That's true. They don't seem to understand, if the world collapses, if the state collapses, if no one, there's no real stability, you don't need 100 guns and 500,000 rounds of ammo. What you need is a garden. What you need
Yes.
is good water and soil and the ability to make food yourself. What you need is a community that's ready to stand behind you. You don't need to be ready to murder people. No, you need to be ready to take care of other people so that they take care of you.
Yes.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
That's because we need each other. These are the things, and if you're talking revolutionary fervor and what revolutionaries did, if you look at historical revolutionaries, the goal wasn't like right now there was some big revolution or uprising, I should say, and they stormed the Capitol, they stormed Congress or the White House or whatever. That really wouldn't matter. Most of these people aren't there at the same time. There's there's various
movie shit.
It is movie shit. What's way more important is like, is your electricity maintained? Are your water systems maintained? Are your like these kinds of things are where a lot of people don't realize it's a necessity. That having the access to power and water and food are like the some of the utmost importance, really.
Right. It's funny you mentioned that too, not to interrupt you, but earlier
No,
today
no,
I was
please.
reading about the history of co-ops in the United States specifically, and very interestingly that you bring on this, the earliest co-ops in the United States were often water, food, and electricity co-ops in rural areas where corporations didn't believe it was, they concluded it wasn't profitable to set up water systems or electricity systems. So a bunch of people would come together and say, all right, let's pool our resources and let's build our own in this area, and it will be mutually owned between us. Yep. So just felt like that would add some, context for people who are history nerds and want to tie in something too. Yeah.
So I'm trying to think if there's any other big ways to talk about my what I feel like I've gotten from anarchy. I think a big one is so in the same way that institutions can outlive their usefulness, and of course we can all recognize that various institutions of power don't want to give up their power. Like they can't believe in their own abolition. That's
Right.
completely against their interests. More than that, there's a criticism I feel like I've picked up of how certain institutions can't go away once they've started. So like for example, like national security,
Mm-hmm.
intelligence agencies, the Homeland Security, TSA. How do you get rid of any of these? Like, how does a politician get rid of any of these? Can you? How do you be the politician that gets rid of the TSA and then maybe it doesn't matter if it was that year, it doesn't matter if it's 10 years from then, a plane blows up, a plane gets hijacked. You
Right.
know, how what do you do there? And of course, with the regular intelligence agencies, you have to ask the questions of, well, what are the other intelligence agencies across the world? You know, if
Yeah.
they have them, we have to have them. It's like a nuclear arms, conversation all over again.
Had that
And
conversation earlier this year, actually.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. It was very good.
it's
Bit
it's
spicy.
exactly that kind of stuff where like politicians, we often want to believe that politicians are beholden to us and have to do what we want and have to um are this is the big one, are actually in control. Like the belief that politicians control the actual decisions that get made. And
Mm.
I feel like it's a little naive
Yeah,
that
yeah.
that like sure, not all politicians are the same. And sure, so here's another big thing. You want to talk
Mm-hmm.
about class interests?
Yeah.
You've got your working class, right? And your working class wants things like higher wages and protections at work and time off and
Yeah.
shorter work days. And you've got your owning class who is like, I want uh the most amount from my workers as possible, and I want to be able to expand my business to as many places as possible, to make as much money as possible, to circulate capital as fast as possible, like all of these things, like whatever. Um, and and they're at a constant struggle, and that struggle makes us want to believe that they have all the same interests. So this
Mm.
is often said like the capitalist class, the property, the business class of the world um, has its class interest. And
Mm.
that's true, but only in certain contexts. In other contexts, they have completely different ones. So there are capitalists who believe that something needs to be done about climate change, and there are other ones who
Yeah.
believe in the short-term goals of their oil, properties, and
Right.
they want to make the most out of that. And so they go on like they don't have exactly the same
There's no
interests on
monolith.
everything and
There's
all
no
the times.
monolith.
No monolith. And so it's not that the state, which if you're like me, you believe that the state is as Marxists would put it, an organ of class rule,
Mm-hmm.
that um, it is it is a in our society largely and I mean the world society right now, but
Yeah.
in our society a form of mediation between these conflicting interests, but more than that, controlled by the property, the business people, the
Mm.
capitalists, because they're the ones that continue to make capitalism do its due. Like
Right.
without labor's always going to exist, and they have all the wealth, they can influence politics that way, they can like and as we see from time and time again, the big institutions, the big businesses, they often get bailed out because they
Right.
have to, because letting big banks and big businesses like that fail means the destruction of economies.
Yeah,
Like that's
absolutely. It can
that's
be
that's
horrible. Yeah.
and I
Fallout can be
I
horrible, as we've seen
I
from COVID, for example.
and that's kind of what I believe neoliberalism is the desperate constant grasp to continue capitalism through any means necessary, like bail this out, bail that out,
For
get
sure.
like it's the constant, liberalize markets. It's that constant push to
Mhm.
keep it flowing, because it has to flow, because if it stops flowing, the system stops working.
Right.
And the system has to work because that's the system that we're doing. So we have to keep doing it.
Right.
So
yeah. Self-perpetuating.
yes, the different politicians will advocate different things and they will be able to pass different things, but there is a larger undercurrent that can't change no matter who's in power there. You know, uprisings in the street, it doesn't matter if a liberal is in power, it doesn't matter if a conservative is in power, it doesn't matter if a fascist is in power. Uprisings in the street have to get put down because that's what the state has to do. They maintain the status quo.
Right.
That's their job, is to keep it flowing, keep it moving. If it stops, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
So when big strikes happen, it's not give them what they want, it's make them shut the fuck up. Like,
Yeah. And if
so
that
that's where you
means
get-
if that means we have to give them some of it, well, all right, our hands have been
Yeah.
forced. But
You
it's gonna be a struggle the entire way.
we had a big thing in the 20th century in the United States where we got really worried about how we looked on TV. And death looks really bad on TV, like really, really bad. So it gets easier to start to placate, but placations come in new forms and you know, symbolic gestures rather than real systemic change.
Yeah. Hiding the bad things away with camera tricks and whatever, like we see with homelessness in the United States. Which
Wow, the first trans woman intelligence agency officer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Like-
precisely. The more female drone pilots kind of.
Yeah, it's really symbolic gestures of something's really gonna change now. We're really onto it. We've listened to you, and look, we've listened to you so much. We've got someone who understood the struggles firsthand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I feel you on that.
But the system has to continue. And so you can. I don't believe it's wrong to, you know, vote or support people, you know, support various candidates. And you know, as far, you know, support is a super vague term that doesn't mean much of anything, but you know, you can, there are some things that are better for some politicians than others. They are not literally the same people. And at the same time, I think the other big thing I picked up from anarchism is the lack of belief in electoralism. And so I want to be really clear. Every time I say that, someone wants to say that I don't think you should vote, and that's not what I think. What
Well,
I
we've
mean
had this
is
conversation on this stream many times. My audience should know better.
electoralism, meaning organizing around elections and electoral candidates, and that being your focus. You know, you want to go there, try to draw some people away. Like, hey, what can you do? So I think that the state does a really, really good job of making it feel like they're the legitimate wielders of politics. Like, politics is who you vote for, but like, why isn't stopping cops from evicting people politics? Why isn't you know, stalling cops, filming cops when they're, you know, pulling someone over, stopping someone? You know, why isn't community gardens and housing, you know, trying to build little homes and stuff as much, you know, if you can, for like homeless people? Like, why aren't, you know, why are these any less politics than who you vote for, what political party you've decided to attach yourself to? I think helping, you know, helping each other as best you can, being there for one another, you know, keeping the lowest of the low, you know, surviving is way more useful, you know, a way more useful place to put your time and money.
Yep.
I
agree
guess
with
those
you so
are
much on that.
a lot of the big ones for things I've picked up from anarchism. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing else is really
No, that's fine. That's
screaming
that's
out in my
really
brain.
Great answer. And like, I mean, this is something I've talked about a lot on this channel as well. Is that like, you know, one of the most, like, people think that like, oh, you know, like giving food to someone is like, oh, you know, people. It seems on one hand, it's almost like our society has made that boring. And yet on the other hand, you think about it, it's like you've literally sustained a life for another day, and who knows what they might do on that next day. Who knows what might happen. They might go to save somebody else. They might find a way to feed themselves that day. Like, so there is something truly radical about reaching out and making connections with people and saying, how do we help each other? What can we how can we meet each other's needs so that both of us can be alive for another day or another week or another year, et cetera, et cetera. And these are the sorts of things that like, similar to you, and I think we are on a similar page on a lot of these things, motivates my political philosophy. I am, you know, I'm much less interested in the sort of positioning and posturing that's involved with, you know, large political orgs and whatnot. And I'm much more interested in, okay, well, how do I stop all the trans people I know from not being able to get HRT? How do we fix that? Can we find a way to send them HRT? Can we find a way to pick a politician who is coming to a pivotal vote and annoy them and get them to change this vote so that it brings this many more people stuff? Can we, you know, there's a million ways to do it. And I do, it's funny because like this concept of electoralism, I feel like people have used that word so incorrectly. Like electoralism isn't when you vote. Electoralism is when you build your politics around getting people into office. And electoralism, I don't believe in electoralism. Like, I don't believe that the answers to all of our problems comes from showing up to the ballot every couple months. I think the solution to most of our problems comes from us sitting down and talking to one another and going, okay, what can we do for each other? What can we make happen? What is your vision? Is your vision inspiring to me? Okay, here, I'll lend my skills to your vision, etc. Things like that. You know what I mean? Like, those are the sorts of things that are important to me. And that's what, like, I'm happy to hear that, like, or at least it's nice to hear that a lot of those things are what inspires you as well, because that's a lot of the draw to anarchistic philosophy that inspires myself as well. Real quick, I think, because we've been going for a while, I want to see if Sondsol wants to jump in, because I feel like this would be a good point. Are you cool with that? I feel like
absolutely.
it'd blend pretty smoothly. Yeah.
Can I say 3 things?
Yes, absolutely. Of
Okay,
course.
so really quick to Rivera Life in chat. Yeah, I made it really, really, really clear that I don't believe the parties are exactly the same, and it does, like, who you vote for is not irrelevant. It's just, you know, not the answer. 2, the question on policing. It was super vague, depending on the anarchist that you talk to. An anarchist approach to policing is calling it that is a little hard. Like, it's not quite right. Like, it's the entire idea is like voluntary societies based on free association, the ability to organize with one another freely, and you are only bound to the things that you've agreed upon with the other people in the communities and the stuff that you're with. Like, it's all like super like. So like policing would, like, if someone dies, are we going to try to figure out like who did it? Yeah, probably. Like, that's, you know, if someone gets murdered, like there's still probably you know, people that would want to look for that stuff. But like, would it be policing? Are there laws? Like, no, like, it's not like you go over the speed limit and there's laws. It's not like, you know, there's drug laws or something like that. No, it's all like communicative agreement based on small organizations, essentially.
Yeah. The way
then,
I see it when it comes to stuff like this, and maybe you will agree with this, I don't know, is like my goal when I think about how you build like what we would recognize as government in an anarchistic way would be to say, hey, like, maybe we should aim to like teach people to understand why it's dangerous to speed in like a residential area, so that they're likely to choose that on their own, versus if you do this thing, we're going to destroy your life with a fee that's going to make it so that you can't pay your next bill, like, et cetera, et cetera.
Or go even more systemic than that. Why does everyone own their own car?
Okay,
like,
yes. I mean, yes, 100%.
Yeah, like the fact that that it's designed to be, and I don't think this is an intentional design, but designed to be individually like, if it's a problem that people speed a lot, maybe there's something deeper. Maybe it's, you know,
Yeah.
how our roads are designed, how our, like, there's stuff that's a little bit bigger stuff,
Maybe
but like
it's the fact that everybody's always rushing
everyone
and
has
doesn't have a lot of time. Yeah.
and yeah, all sorts of things like that.
Yeah.
People probably shouldn't own their own cars. That seems silly.
Very damaging.
Can I read you one quote and then we'll
Please
get
do.
on to the.
Please do.
So this is
yes.
Marx, and I really like this line. So Marx, not an anarchist, but I like this here. So he says, now, yeah, he says, only when the real individual man reabsorbs in himself the abstract citizen and as an individual human being has become a species being in his everyday life, in his particular work, and his particular situation, only when man has recognized and organized his own powers as social powers and consequently no longer separates social power from himself in the shape of political power, only then will human emancipation have been accomplished. And I like that quote a lot. I feel that like having this thing abstracted away from us, this political being that's so separate from us, it feels very. Politics becomes a game almost. It's symbols clashing with symbols rather than what am I doing? What are the people around me doing? How do we do this together? How do we figure out how to? Because we have to live together. How do we figure it out? What do we do together?
Yeah. And I think that's part of like, I mean, especially here in the U.S., like this sort of categorizing of politics as the thing that you see happen on the TV and not like how you choose to live your life and how you engage with your community, how your community engages with you, is so frustrating. It's a frustrating standard. So yeah, I think that is a fantastic quote that you've brought here. Now, 1 second, I'm gonna pull you off the screen for a second so I can navigate through my Discord without dropping any DMs.
Yeah, sure.
Here.
I am gonna run to the bathroom really quick.
That's perfectly fine. Oh, I gotta give Lexi fancy name. Fancy name. Here we go. Notable. Blammo. Done. Here we go. Bingy, 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 bingy. Oh. Oops. I have to. Oh, wait. I have to. How did that happen? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. How's everyone doing over on YouTube chat? Hi, YouTube chat. Hi. Hope you're doing well. How you doing well? Hope you're doing well, I should say. Had some anarchist undertones? Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, keep in mind that, like, Marx and, like, these are the primordial leftist principles. The terms we use today are only connected to them. I mean, they're connected to them via the evolution of ideas. It's not like, I mean, a lot of these concepts are shared between various thinkers who are building off of one another and reacting to one another and wording their things differently. Yeah, for sure. Actually, you know what? I am going to use the restroom as well while I have an opportunity. Give me 1 second. Share stream for just a minute. Much love to all of you. I'll be right back, okay? Oh, yeah. When Lexi comes back, tell her to accept my friend request on Discord. Chat, it's up to you. I'll be right back.
Wait, can chat hear me? Oh, fuck, you guys can. What's up? This is my stream now. Taking over. You can't see me because I put on the ring, so sorry. God.
I have returned. I have returned. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me fix this shit.
Excuse you, I took over your stream.
You did? Did you? Did you have a good time?
Yeah, for all about 5 seconds.
Okay. Yes, my chair spoke. I told you it was going to be a very advanced chair stream. Yeah, can you accept my friend request real quick? Because I want to be. If I have to be your friend in order to add Sondsol to this call, so we can.
I didn't realize that. There you go.
Chat. No, that's totally fine. Let me get Sondsol in here. Alrighty.
Yeah, this is an.
Oops.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Hold on one second. It might have to. You might have to reactivate camera.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Let me get this all. Wait a minute. How do I
Turn off the camera on my stream? 1 second.
Okay.
I always
Yeah, if you
do
can't
that.
do camera, it's fine. But
No, I can.
okay, cool. How do I? What the fuck? God damn it! There we go. Okay, this'll work. All right.
Boom and whammo blammo. Here I am.
Hello,
Rock you
hello.
like a hurricane.
Excellent.
Well, hello.
So hold on. I'm gonna need to adjust my guest box thing here. So,
Oh, I like it over my face. It looked good.
No, that's not. No, that's no good. Here we go. Hold on. I gotta have both. How do I do this shit? Oh my god. How am I gonna format this? Give me a second. Gotta be.
I like your lighting, Sondsol. Is that
Oh,
is that how you
thank
want to
you.
be referred to?
Yeah, Sondsol, or you can call me Walt. Either way,
Walt
doesn't matter.
Sondsol. Okay.
Okay, let's see here. How am I gonna? I should probably duplicate this thing. I should have thought of this in advance.
Stand up for the trans flag.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. I need to
Oh
add a
my
second
God.
one. Here we go. Where's the text? Jesus Christ. Okay, let me just do this real quick.
Sondsol, do you have a Twitter?
I do have a Twitter.
Oh, there you are. Based.
yeah.
I'm following you.
At Sondsol. That's it's your boy.
Oh yeah, you were in that tweet. I literally retweeted your ad. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. Ignore me.
It's totally fine. Like I do not care that much about Twitter. Although I finally met the I'm no longer at a negative ratio. After the charity stream, we got me up to above a 1.0. So
Damn. Also, real
Proud of
quick,
you.
pronoun Sondsol?
he him.
Okay. Here we go. Alrighty, let me just get this thing resized because currently it's so large that it's actually consuming my entire screen, and this is incredibly scuffed. So let's try and fix this.
Is it because it's minimized? What the fuck?
There
Hello?
we go. Hello. Hold on. There we go. And here we go. I'll reshrink this. All right. So this is the anarcho pill session of the chat. So I hope everyone's ready. I am going to be taking a little bit of a back seat in this part, although I'm sure I have plenty of things to add. But from what I understand, Sondsol has come into contact with anarchism and just isn't convinced. And I said, well, damn, I could probably put you into contact with somebody who could help you with that better than I could. Although I think I can make a good case from time to time, but I think Lexi can make a better case. So,
All right, cool.
let's have it
really
happen.
quick.
Yes.
Let me ask you guys for your pronouns. My chat is wondering.
Yep.
Wait, are
Shinger.
you streaming?
I am.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, hold on. I want to go follow you.
Apologies.
Are you on Twitch or on YouTube?
I'm on Twitch.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, no slurs, everybody. We gotta be nice. Listen, this isn't your this isn't. We've got a Twitcher on here, so we gotta be nice. We gotta go back to the nice gumdrop days when I used to be on Twitch before I used.
I'm gonna make the jump eventually too. I just have to get to a point where I feel like I can do that.
Fair
Also,
enough.
are we doing the World of Warcraft at the same time, or?
I don't believe
Up
I would
to
be
you.
able to do that. Let's do that another time. World of Warcraft is an incredibly intense setup experience, so I will have to talk with you about that. Yeah, that's hard to do on stream. It would not be very
No,
fun
that's
for
totally
most
fine.
people. But yeah. So yeah, let's once everybody's all comfy and whatnot, let's begin. And Sondsol, I'll let you sort of lay out the groundwork for where you want to start with this, because I know you got a lot of questions and whatever and stuff that you could explain where your position is, what problems you had, and then we'll address it from there.
Yeah, so basically I am a baby leftist, you know. I am
Lost you. You cut out.
Yeah, you're muted.
Push to talk maybe? Uh-oh.
Are you still coming through on your stream? No, nothing.
Nothing. Can you hear us though? Okay.
Weird.
Maybe a
The
driver
CIA
crash?
got him.
CIA
Oh my
gotcha.
god.
They knew we were gonna get you, and they were like, "This is it. This is the only way to stop them now." Okay, sure. Dun 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 dun. Ha-cha-cha, ha-cha-cha. I can keep you entertained. Oh, it's all right. It's all good. Here we go. Nope. Nothing. Sounds like maybe your audio drivers crash or something. Or maybe did you accidentally tap your push to mute or your toggle mute?
Alrighty. So I'm a baby leftist.
Okay.
Yeah.
I probably I feel weird trying to throw myself in a box, because whenever I like try and do that, people try and make me defend things that I don't actually believe in, because that's the way of the world.
That's fair.
But I think that I'm like teetering on the edge between sock dim and dim sock, right? I feel like weird about that. But what I am interested in is learning about the like different leftist ideologies. I kind of want to in the future take the knowledge that I get from conversations like this and kind of be like the kindergarten for leftism, because I'm in kindergarten right now. I'm learning about
Sure.
this
Fair.
stuff, right?
Mhm.
So if the way that I've been explained anarchism and like left anarchism and not ANCAP, because
Not anarchists.
Yeah.
yeah
Posers.
they're feudalists.
Yes.
Is basically no hierarchies, and that's basically it. I've been explained some basic concepts that don't really, it just sounds very utopian, like the way that we would do criminal justice. um do you know Graugot?
I've talked to Grogot before.
Yeah.
I'm
I like
familiar.
I like him a lot, but the way that he described like the justice system, like if like we can reform people, that's good, and I agree with that. But then like if someone it can't be reformed, then we would just like kind of send them off to like their own private island, and I feel like that's like exile, and I don't like the idea of that. So maybe we can start off like in a nutshell. How would you describe left anarchism? And maybe I can, because I don't know what I don't know at this point is the thing.
Yeah, of course.
You know?
Okay, so I'll do my best. So starting off, I suppose. Okay, so there's a fun thing I say with some of my my actual anarchist friends. I only like pseudo consider myself one, kind of, but it's not important. The joke is that there's no way to describe anarchism that doesn't leave out, or that does leave out all the ones that we don't like and only includes the ones that we like the sub branches of it. But the
Mhm.
best way that I could condense it is the abolition of all coercive institutions, and the um and so just to be clear, I'm going for the ideal of anarchy. We'll get into anarchism in a second. So the ideal of anarchy being the abolition of all coercive institutions and the um uh a society built on free agreement between people, free organization between them, that's self-directed, self-organized, without the imposition, without being able to put impositions on others.
Okay.
I think that's probably the broadest way that I can say it. With anarchism being the philosophy of how to get there. So a big anarchist critique throughout history has been a critique of how means and ends, right? You have what you're trying to get to, and you have how you want to do it. And these are related. That's the big critique, is like how you get to what you want is directly defined by how you attempt to do it. So for example, if you're trying to build you good?
Yeah.
Okay, I
I'm
just want to make
listening.
sure. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, you seem like you were like looking at somebody. I want to make sure you were okay.
Oh no, I have my screens all over the place over here.
Oh, okay, my bad. What are they saying? Fuck.
How you get to somewhere is important.
So like for example, if you want to get to like a stateless society, and yet you also want to simultaneously build the same bureaucratic state institutions that have always been there to get there, well,
Yeah, how are you going to do that?
how is that going to get there? Like, these institutions can't possibly force themselves to death. Like, they can't kill themselves. That's not a thing that institutions do. Another way in which this was described, some anarchists talked about violence, right? Violence it's in our society. It's all around us. It happens to us. And only when it's out of place do we usually call it violence, right? Like, getting murdered is, violence, but
self-defense we wouldn't necessarily call violence.
Or even the state evicting people.
Right.
Like, this is a direct threat on someone's life, essentially. Like, they're on the street. That's big. It's violence right there.
Of course.
And so they understand that, well, the idea is that that it in itself is a necessity for a necessity, a mainstay of modern life, and also necessary to get rid of it. Like, you can't feel good your way out of like violence, right? If there's societal violence, as much as we might wish that we could cross our fingers and peacefully get rid of it, if the system is corrupt and the system is held in place by individuals who use violent means and will protect their power and position with violent means, the only real option to transcend that system and move beyond it is violent means. But at the same time, they want.
Sorry. Apologies if anybody else heard that. Apologies.
I don't think I heard it.
Oh, okay. It's probably on my end. I don't know why.
At the same time, they wanted to be clear that like the overuse of violence, there was no reason to overdo it. Essentially, like. It often opened up doors for like centralizing and retaliatory violence by like the state. They may have like if you go I don't know how to describe this well. There are certain ways in which you can enact violence against different groups and the state and industries in which they will respond in tenfold to make sure that you don't do it again.
Yeah. So when we're talking about like violence inherent in the system, like we can look at a specific instance in the past couple of days in Portland. There was eviction of homeless people out of a home that was not being used, right? And I would agree. Like I don't like that sort of thing, right? So in like an anarchist, this is one thing that I am always curious about when it comes to like leftist ideology. When we're talking about like decommodifying housing, right? I think that the idea of that is really cool. The implementation of it is something that really confuses me, because some houses are really nice. Some houses are Really not, right? And I want to make sure that everyone is housed, but how do we decide who gets the nicer houses, and how do we decide who gets the shittier houses? How do we decide, like it would be based off of need, but um when we like decide, if someone has like a family of like 8 kids, right, and it's a single mom, you're going to need a bigger house. But do they need the giant mansion in Hollywood Hills, or like just like a modest sized house that can fit 8 people? Like that's the
Sure.
kind of thing that
I
I would
understand what
work.
you mean.
Yeah.
So I would try to tackle that. So we can talk about now
Mhm.
the way houses are built. They are designed and built and paid for, and like it's all like the way you build like a um beachfront house, a multi-million-dollar beachfront house. It's not really how you build almost any other structure. It's super weird. It's a very
Mhm.
obscure, like it's obscure is not quite the right word, but it's very strange.
Unique, yeah.
I
You have to have it
yeah,
up on
like
stilts and stuff.
there's
Yeah.
stilts in half the time that like there's fucking windows as walls, the whole like for the whole
Mhm.
building. It's a very strange design in general. But I think trying to decide who gets what in that sense is a little less like sh- would it be a problem? Maybe, but I think that the thing that would be more useful to focus on would be how to how to do what's next, right? Like how do you ensure that that the next house is built continue to provide the needs for people? Like the most likely scenario for housing is that it would it's going to change significantly. We're going to,
No, of
population
course,
might
yeah.
continue to increase. They might have to go denser with stuff. Maybe those kinds of houses would even be turned into, you know, not homes. They're barely homes, that they're fortresses sometimes. Like the mansions are insane. Like they're
Yeah, they're
crazy.
wild.
And so how
Yeah,
you would
the
choose who gets those is a little difficult. Like there's the, if you go like Stalinist era, you've got your homelessness was a problem. And so they built really tall, really easy to build, brutalist style apartment buildings essentially.
right.
They were shitty. They didn't leave lit, they weren't great, but people stopped being,
This one.
homeless, which was better than nothing. How you decide it, mostly it would be in general, which is like, I know this is all super vague, but people all owning together. So oftentimes the word is private property becoming public property would be like on the way to socialism, or socialism itself, depending on lots of definitions of different things. That the means of production and property itself becomes, a public thing that we all, determine together. This is often used to justify like state ownership of the means of production and um, property, housing, stuff in general. But the real goal is like the abolition of that property right, like the the ability, I call it equal and free access to all the means of life, subsistence, and comfort. Like
Yeah.
so
And
And if I could take a
yeah,
swing at this as well, there's
sure.
some things I
yeah.
think I could add on to here. So I tend to be less of a like theorist, and more of like, okay, well, here's some cool ideas that we could probably work towards right now. And when we talk about like, oh, how do we decide who gets what? Well, to me, that's an almost irrelevant question at the current moment, because right now, as it currently stands, we have hundreds of thousands of Americans dying on the street and empty properties just sitting completely vacant. And what I would say to that is that our our society is designed in such a way currently, our housing system is designed in such a way currently that by the sort of mansions and et cetera and all these things being held vacant in order to raise their property value, everything from these incredibly complex systems like Airbnb and blah, blah, blah. Like these are existing at the cost of us having hundreds of thousands of people living on the street already currently. If we change that, we say this is not an acceptable cost. Instead, we need to put people in houses so they can take care of themselves, whether that's by, there's a number of paths you can take to that. One such path is, say you live in a really shitty, like 1970s, almost Stalin-esque housing unit, but it's in America, and people like to pretend those don't exist here. But anyway, say you live in one of those, and everybody is like, wow, our landlord has basically fucked off in the middle of this entire thing, and we've decided that we live here, they're not maintaining it anymore, we're going to make it ours, and we're going to talk to one another and figure out what we need to fix and what we can do and what everyone needs here, and we're all going to stop paying rent. And then there might be a legal battle. You might get the police come. Depends on the state. There's a whole bunch of different things that could happen. But that's one way that all of a sudden you have a community of people who live on that property who now collectively own that property that they live in and that they need and use. There you have it. Those people are there, living there, needing and using it. And all what we need to do is say, hey, we collectively as the United States, or as whatever level you want to break it down to. I would say if we're going to go really far, ideally you can say, well, we don't need a United States. We can talk about how communities can build themselves and organize on a much more organic level. But for now, we can say we're not okay with the state kicking people out. We're not okay with the state enforcing the deeds of ownership that were previously accepted, which enforced houselessness on a lot of people. And so that's one way that I would look at how anarchistic thinking about housing is saying, wait a second, well, sure, we can deal with beachfront properties and figuring out who gets which house sometime in the future. Ideally, the fact of the matter is that beachfront property is really damaging to the environment, so there might be reasons we might not want to do beachfront properties anymore. If you really want to, maybe there can be some like agreement between the town and the person who wants to be there. Like say you have like a bard, an artist who's amazing, and you're like, oh, we really love you. Want to come live in our town? We've all agreed that we're okay with you building your fancy house on our beach, and we'll even help you build it. And then they're like, okay, there you go. Everybody agreed, and now fancy artist has cool house on beach, and the people around it who, you know, previously lived there are fine with it. That's really cool. And that can be done. The only reason it can't be done right now is because we have a state that will step in and cave your head in with a truncheon if you do anything other than pay your bill on time. So that's a pretty major cost that we take. But the thing is, ultimately we build the structures that we live in. So if we can convince enough of us that, hey, maybe having like mass houselessness as an accepted casualty of the system isn't okay, we can start changing the way we think about housing in general. And then as downstream of that, we can start thinking about how we determine how we arrange systems for distributing housing to different people. And to address your specific example, Sondsol, that you brought up at the beginning, is like, oh, what do you have a person with eight family members? Well, let's say here's just a possible one. And this isn't the only possible system. There's many possible systems you could design. It all depends on the principles that you're building it on, right? One thing that I've talked about in the past is imagine a future in which instead of having property title deeds that individual people hold and they're backed up by the state, instead we as a society agree that, well, all property is going to be mutually managed and owned by the people who live there. So if you are in a place, there's a vacancy in that place, and you say, hey, I'd like to move here. Okay, come on in. You can modify your place. You can take care of your place. There might be specific rules there that they say, like, hey, you want to live here? We're going to agree on these rules, blah, blah, blah. All kinds of things you could talk about. Millions of different systems you could do. But you could have these essentially communities that are of themselves sort of independent. They take care of themselves. Their goal is to perpetuate the housing. And the people who live there have a vested interest in that because they live there. It's their space. And when you leave, the ideal would be, of course, depending on how far along you are in other forms of, changing our system, maybe you don't even need to pay rent to live there. One of the problems that we have right now, and the reason why I think this is something important to think about, is like, consider the problem of the renter. A renter currently every single month pays $1,000 into a property that they lose the moment they move. No matter how much money you've sunk into your you don't get a refund. You don't get anything. You just leave, and all that money has been just gravy for the person who owns the property. It's purely parasitic, and sometimes it can be extremely destructive. You spend years of your income paying into a place, you get sick, lose your job, and you get kicked out of a place that you've sustained personally for years. So this is not in my mind, this is not an acceptable system that we have. And I would like to see a structure where, hey, if you're paying into a place, well then maybe that goes into, maybe say you pay rent every month. Let's say we still have money in our system, or wages or whatever. You pay money every month. It goes into, well, we'll get there. But let's just say we still do, okay? I don't want to tackle too many things at once. Let's say you still do. And and whatever, you pay your wages into this community thing, and perhaps a percentage of all of that, a large percentage, goes into a fund. And as long as you keep living there as a part of that fund, you're entitled to a certain percentage of that fund. And when you leave, you get that money back. And if issues come up while you're there, that money can go towards fixing the issue of the house. And also, making sure you don't trash the place because your money is being held in that way. Obviously, this is not a perfect anarchist system, but this is certainly an improvement from where we are currently, as you can see. And it moves towards people actually having ownership over the place that they have, unlike right now, which is every single person is basically hooked into a perpetual soul-sucking machine that takes money away from you every single month for something that you will never see a cent from or anything back from. You leave, you're gone. Yeah.
The idea that we have like a lot of people that don't have homes really irks me. I mean, like to use like softer language. I think that it's not a great thing. But I think that we need to find at least some way. Like one of the things that I find really difficult when trying to engage with like leftist ideas
Sure.
is I'm a very pragmatic person. I want to do things that are actionable within my lifetime. I think that there are things that we can do within my lifetime to fix the housing system, possibly decommodify it. But I think that that's a big stretch. Really quick, I did want to this is like a very basic anarchist question that someone in my chat asked.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anarchism, the rejection of all forms such of hierarchical government. Is that right or 180% wrong? So basically no hierarchical government. So there wouldn't be like a head of state. Would there even be I guess if it's anarchism, there wouldn't be a government, right?
Oh, you're muted.
I'm muted. I'm so sorry. I was typing and it might have a really clicky clacky keyboard. I didn't want to bother. So some descriptions of anarchism, ones that I think are wrong, are ones that say that it's the abolition of the state, but maybe not the abolition of government. I think that it's only useful to describe it as both. It's the abolition of the state and the government and any institution that has coercive powers over others. The ability to, impose one's will on another being is antithetical to anarchism. I understand the the pragmatism, I want things that I can do now. And so I've often criticized big communist parties for I often feel like a lot of people, a lot of groups are very interested in promising the next world. But people already get like promised all sorts of stuff that doesn't get ever enacted. And I think it's far more useful to, as these organizations describe themselves as to organize themselves around like directly affecting the actual lives of people. Like that's how you get people on your side. If you look at like the big lefty movements of the past 20th century, that's how you got people on your side. The Black Panther movement, that was one of the big things, was feeding children, organizing communities, being, teaching people how to be armed and safe with it so that they, would stop getting fucked around by the cops. Like that was the goal. It was, how do you help the people who needed it? What do you do? How do you organize your own, your powers yourself to directly, materially benefit the people around you, your communities, the people, the lowest of the low. And while I don't think it's like wrong to, of course, try for some, we've got a state right now. There's clearly not a, we've had some pretty big uprisings, but they weren't like destroying the state uprisings. They were angry
Right.
people in the streets and they wanted change, and they did some cool stuff. They, took over a police station and burned it down. Like there was a clear rejection of it was an explosive violence. It was an explosive response, and yet they didn't like kill anybody. Like it was all like,
Yeah, there was no one in the police station.
yeah, it's not like they were
Yeah.
like trying to murder people or something. That wasn't the goal. The goal was explosive anti anti is not
Anti-police and like
sure. Yeah, I would
against the
say
state. Yeah.
against the entire, like there was a system that was clearly hurting them, and they organized a loose organization, a very abrupt organization, I would say, to push back and to sort of answer your question in the previous question in a lot less words. It would be, when the society and the people of a society understand that they themselves are the products of society and that they need society, and that it doesn't make any sense for individuals to own pieces of society, then instead this is something that we just need for each other, that you would come to some agreement with each other on what to do with the pieces of it. So there's already big, big ass houses that exist. What do we do with them? We'll come together. We live here. We'll talk about it. Is it going to be extra homes, in the meantime, while we're building, extra home places because they're huge? There's 1,000 fucking rooms in them. Are we going to be able to, put people there so they can sleep in a, heated, warm place at night? Are we going to, while we're in the process of, building new housing around them? It would mostly be an agreement between the people around it, understanding their own position, and you understand your own position through your organization and action around it. So like, for example, you might, if you're politically, active and you want to help people and you're in these communities and you see the pain, you might say, okay, well, I've got two parties to choose from, and I can spend my time signing people up to vote, registering them, driving them to the polling places, and getting them ballots and all sorts of this, all sorts of stuff. And you might even demonstrate against some of the politicians, directly, outside of their work or home or whatever, and say like, we demand housing. Like there's a homelessness problem. It has to be fixed. And through enough of that not happening, it would, you start to realize what has to be done, right? You start to realize, like, you slowly start to build a little bit of consciousness here of like, okay, well, if it can't get done this way, what has to be done? What are the things preventing it from being done? How do we remove our obstacles so that we can provide the basic necessities of life? And
Yeah, because
sometimes
eventually,
Yeah.
eventually it gets to a point where like if you it kind of comes down to that Martin Luther King quote where like a riot is the language of the unheard. Like if you keep on not fixing the underlying problem, people are going to get pissed. They're going to do some shit that leads to another riot, right? And we've seen, and this is something I've told conservatives that come into my chat a lot, like especially during the protests, we see an issue, people protest against that issue, the protests explode into violence, burning down police stations, right? And then people calm down, right? And we try and enact change in the system, and then change doesn't happen. Tension builds and it explodes, right? So if we don't ever fix the underlying issue, the cycle of these protests and these riots are going to continue until the underlying issue is solved, right? I think that I agree with that wholeheartedly. Um, uh, one thing that I worry about, like when we talk about changing, I mean, it's not just an economic system; it's also a social system. It's changing everything that we think about as society today. You know,
Radical. Yeah.
yeah,
That
it's
was
it's pretty radical, brah.
I mean,
And
but seriously, that's what we talk.
yeah,
That's why these are called
and
radical philosophies. They're talking about changing the root of it. And before we move on to another topic, I would love to
yeah,
hop in and share some thoughts on both of the things that you asked about, both the sort of definition of anarchy, which, I mean, definitions are useful, I think, obviously, but I don't know that it's actually possible to define something as broad as anarchy. I think there's sort of people have their own visions of it. But the way that I look at it is that like and this is actually something that's come up came up in a previous conversation I'd had, and I was hoping to at some point get to fire this one at you, Lexi. But the way I look at anarchy is and the way I focus on it is rethinking the structures that we build in such a way that when we build a structure, we build it so that it doesn't perpetuate hierarchies. Largely politically. I think that some people this is something that drives me absolutely batty, is when people go like, well, don't you think that parents should be able to grab their kid if they're going to get run over? I'm like, that's not a political hierarchy. That's like, we can go that far, but that's stretching the definition of hierarchy in my mind. But what I think of when I think of anarchy is like, okay, our current system, and whether this, and again, whether it means no government or a different type of government is a little bit less important to me, versus like, how does the society function? And like, when I think of anarchic systems and anarchic structures, these are structures that are designed to facilitate and to encourage a specific like a way of living that's beneficial to people. So and doesn't involve putting people under. Now, if that can be a little bit vague perhaps, but I can give some examples of this. Like, our current system right now is so deeply hierarchical that it's sometimes like you have to almost like take a second and induce some sort of political dissociation for a moment to even imagine, like, to even see how hierarchical our systems is. We're obsessed with it every single day. We talk about, who are we electing to lead us? Who is our boss? Who's the person who gets to tell us what our schedule is? Who's the person who gets to tell us where we get to go when we go to school? Which teacher is going to be giving us orders now? Who's the one above them who gives them the orders and stuff like that? But I don't think that's necessarily the only way to structure a society, nor do I think it's the only way to structure even a government or something that would be largely referred to as government. I tend to think a lot of times people get hung up on certain parts of the semantics that don't matter as much. And whether you want to consider like something like an agreement between two communities that live in the same geographic area as a government or not, is not really important to me. What matters to me is that the structure that facilitates their relationship is one that doesn't put one of them over the other one intrinsically or at all. Like, for example, think of how like two communities could come together. There's like just imagine whatever time period you want to. You got two communities that are like this. One of them has one resource, the other one has another resource, and they want to work together to share their resources. Well, one way they could do it is they could kill all of the other ones, enslave them, and then take the resource for themselves, which would be terrible and could have some pretty bad outcomes. Like, for example, maybe you don't kill all of them and their kids go off to another land, train up in the sword, and come back and kick your fucking ass next. And then you have then their kids, and it goes on forever. I mean, and that's a lot of human history, is just a cycle of violence. It's one person fucked over somebody else, so that person decided we're gonna fuck you over, and then that person decides they're gonna fuck over, and then somebody else gets fucked over, and they all fuck each other over. And instead of acknowledging, wait a minute, actually we're all stuck on a rock in space, and we might kill ourselves if we keep doing it this way. So maybe we should approach this with a different approach. Like, for example, you have a resource I want, I have a resource you want. How do we build something that says, hey, let's share this resource in a way that doesn't put either one of us over the other? And in my mind, like, being someone who thinks about, you know, what I advocate for and how we can get there in a pragmatic way, because I'm also very, you know, pragmatic, but I like to imagine that I have some dreams and visions and whatnot. The way that I think about it is like, if we're going to build a system at all, if we're going to build an institution, if we're going to set up a government for whatever reason, we should do so with the goal of that system minimizing the amount of power any single individual can have, and or any single group or faction. And that does take some nuance, you know what I mean? And that's why there's a need for specialization and knowledge and whatnot. But we've seen these sort of things happen in certain areas of tech. For example, like certain open source communities have had great success building like low hierarchy or no hierarchy structures that perpetuate themselves very well. The problem that we have right now is that it's hard to get to that state in the first place because the hierarchies are designed to self-perpetuate by keeping people out of them, by controlling people. And so sometimes those things have to be challenged and broken or abolished or whatever. And that can be a hard process. But what I think is that I think there are ways that we can organize society that don't have the same weaknesses that our current system has. Again, like we talked about with the landlords. Can you imagine if we could snap our fingers overnight and just say, okay, landlords no one's going to be hurt or killed or whatever. You're just going to be not a landlord anymore. And you still get all the whatever stuff you want. You know, obviously maybe you won't have all your wealth piled up like Scrooge McDuck so you can swim through it. But instead it will be, you know, you're taken care of. You're fine. All of our housing systems all across the United States overnight just magically became cooperatively owned. Whoa, wait a second. That totally changes the dynamic of like a fuckload of this country instantly. That solves a whole lot of other problems. All of a sudden, you don't have the problem of evictions anymore because you don't need to evict people because the system, the structure, no longer includes evictions as a part of its function. So when I think of radical change and pragmatic radical change, I think, okay, well, what are things that we can start to fix that would solve problems immediately and lead to those problems not perpetuating themselves? Again, if everybody has a home, hey, guess what? You also just solved the problem of like homeless people breaking into homes to sleep in like owned properties. You fixed that problem. That problem is gone. It won't be a problem anymore. So you don't have to worry. Like some people will be like, oh, well, you know, in communism, like the government will take your stuff and then you don't have a toothbrush and then you'll need to steal somebody's toothbrush. And it's like, well, what happens if you just distributed toothbrushes to everyone? Then no one would need to steal toothbrushes because you like think of like this. This is one of the things that makes me go fucking nuts. Is like if you go into a grocery store right now, you look at the beginning of it, you look at the front of the grocery store, and they have toothbrushes, razors, and usually alcohol and soap sometimes, and feminine hygiene products in a cage in the front, where there's usually like a guard near it. And you look at that and you go, well, wait a minute. And it's like, well, what are we going to do if you just made these products free? Well, you know, or if we did to socialism, then what? Everybody would just like get these products. It's like, yeah. And guess what? You wouldn't have to have a cage and a guard at the front of your store either. It solves another problem at the same time. There are problems that only exist because of the way we've structured this system. And that's what, like, when I think of like both pragmatic anarchy and also and pragmatic anarchist thought, but also when I think about like what it means in the long run as to whether anarchy means no government or whatever, it doesn't, to me, the question of government or no government doesn't matter. What matters is the hierarchies, the systems that codify the hierarchies into the society and impress it upon them. Again, these like the society we've structured, we're born into, and these hierarchies are impressed upon it. I don't have the choice, or I mean, I do, but the cost is great. Like, I mean, I think of how many kids have gone into the school system and fucking hate school because it's a horrifically abusive and hierarchical system where, hey, if we reformed education, school wouldn't have these problems. You wouldn't have as nearly as big of a problem with dropouts because they wouldn't want to drop out of something that wasn't abusing them anymore. So yeah.
Really quick, I actually had a conversation with someone. This is someone that I've had several debates about. Like, their belief is that the left should use magic in the same way that the right uses religion, so like paganism, but it's like a very weird thing. But they're also an anarchist, and they think that we should do anarchist schooling, where there's no teachers and the kids kind of self-teach. Is that like a normal anarchist type belief system? Because I've worked in education before. I've worked in school, like I worked in an elementary school with kids with behavior issues and kids with autism and stuff like that. And I cannot imagine a school without a teacher in it. There needs to be an adult in the room, right? So is that like a
So it really
go for
sorry,
it. You
want to
go
go?
first.
I would say, so it really depends on I don't think that kids should teach themselves. That seems a weird way to describe it. I think that there is some amount of self-learning that can happen and does happen with people all the time. You learn problem solving. You sit yourself down, you need something, you want something, you figure out what you need to do to get it. Like, there is some of this that's very you can self-learn, you self-teach this way. We're learning machines. That's what humans are. You put in some inputs, you get reaction, you get new outputs, like it's a cycle. You do it more and more. And while I don't think that like self-teaching everything is useful, because like I don't know, there's a lot of stuff that's not intuitive and like takes a little bit of prior knowledge to really get to. I do think that schools, especially modern schools, are sort of the continuation of a lot of institutions of social control. They themselves are an institution of social control. They are designed to push you into the labor force, and they don't really
prepare you for life.
Yes, but even more than that, like, the goal isn't to help you be smarter.
Yes.
Like, being smart, quote unquote, big quotes around that there, is critical thinking. It's, problem solving. It's how do you approach what you meet in your life? How do you take in information? How do you process information? And how do you utilize information? When you have so there's this idea, it's a little bit with more modern pseudo anarchists and regular anarchists, where, and of course not only them, other people had this critique too, but they use this critique for anarchistic means, I should say, which is I'm sorry, what do you do aside from Twitch streaming? Like did you like, you said that you work at a school for a little bit?
I worked at a school for a little bit. Currently I'm like a dog trainer. So
okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever done any like statistics work on or like polling work or anything like that?
No,
Okay.
nothing like that yet.
So a common thing, if you're working, so like I used to be like a software developer, and we used to have to ask people about what we, our products, like, what do you think about this? Did we do what you wanted, properly? Did you find our, our product and our service effective? But what's really important to know is how you frame your question is going to give you different answers. Just the words that you choose, the trying to extrapolate information from the answers that you get is extremely difficult. Like, if you ever see people talk about like gun rights or whatever, right? Like, they'll say like, well, if you look at Vermont, gun rights are are, there's tons, people own guns all the time, but their murder rate is at, some low number. But if you look at Detroit or you look at Chicago or whatever, even there, sometimes
Yeah.
there's no gun, or there's gun bans, and they still kill people all the time. So either the gun bans don't work, or maybe it's those, evil, gross black people, like really weird racist shit. They're all
Yeah.
really, really gross. But the problem is, one of the many problems is doing analysis of that scale between cities requires an immense knowledge of the differing variables going into the cities, right?
Yeah, of
Like
course. Yeah,
you
like what's
have
going on
to
in Chicago is much different than what's going on in Vermont.
the
The
population
population
density. Yeah,
density, exactly.
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
the amount of like the
The
proximity of
economics
which.
of it,
Yeah.
there's tons of the education, the drugs, that like there's tons of different things that
Hmm.
lead into how we judge. And that's the number one thing that you do as someone who is trying to extrapolate useful information from statistical data, is just knowing the information to be able to pick the right places so that you can actually make useful um, um, decision. You can pull something useful from it. And in the same way, we see that when you have something so far abstracted like a state, what tends to happen is you are they are so abstracted from the situation that they have to, it is a necessity to boil this down into understandable statistics and numbers that are that make it easy to understand an
Yeah.
entire, because that's so much to understand. I mean, fuck, even the United States, which is 50 states of crazy mountains and beaches and islands and an Arctic area, and
Yeah. Yeah.
hugely
Yeah. Of
different,
course.
just huge forests everywhere. It's a very different thing in different places. And so what happens is you focus on a few variables, and then those become your determining factors, that your the things that you focus on. You have to flatten down the reality of the situation into numbers, into some, and how you do that is a question in all of itself. And
Mhm.
and
Yeah. So, would you say that like the when it comes to anarchism, like it's very theoretical, like in terms of political ideology, and it's just something more to strive towards, or like go through it, like uh if I understand correctly, like the idea behind communism and socialism is like there's different phases of humanity where you go through capital or like feudalism to capitalism to socialism to communism, right? Is this just something that we would like strive for in the future, or is this something that you think is um has like policies that we can put in place?
I,
And I'm not saying that's like a good or a bad thing. I'm just.
sure.
yeah, I think I can answer this
So
too. If
yeah, if
that's
you
all
want to take
right.
it first,
Yeah.
yeah, go for it.
And I'd also like to touch a little bit on what was discussed about the schooling thing. I really love what you said, Lexi, about the idea like that our schools aren't designed to make people smart. They aren't. They're designed for job placement. And guess what? Our educators actually already know that. Our scientists actually already know that. The experts have been saying that for a long time. The thing that's getting in the way is this giant economic system that says that it's in the words of our friend Zizek, pure ideology, sniff, sort of things. That's all that it is. We already know better ways to educate children. We already know better ways to do it. In fact, we already do it in some cases. Like, for example, look at how colleges are handled. When you go to college, you're granted a significant more amount of freedom and self-determination, and many people love that. Many people strive and thrive in college because they're given that freedom that is not given to them in high school, I think, in many cases unjustly. I think most high school kids are actually at the point where they could build their own schedules and do a lot of things and have great success. But we don't let them, because that would be too inconvenient. There's these political considerations, there's religious considerations, there's familial considerations, mostly all of which end up tying back to we need a place for kids to go so that parents can go to work and not have to worry about what their kids are doing all day. And they won't be in prison, though. We promise it's not prison. High school isn't a prison, we promise. It isn't. It definitely isn't. Even though we sometimes lock kids in rooms for hours at a time and don't allow them to talk to one another, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we already have better ways of doing this, but that we're not. And the reason why is not because we don't know how, not because it's not possible to build better structures. It's because we don't want to. Our society doesn't want to right now. And I think that we have to change. I mean, there's even things such as like Montessori schools, which are a lot closer to what you've described. It's not kids necessarily teaching themselves, but rather it's a loosely structured. There's a teacher who functionally acts like a guide and sets the basic like things of, oh, hey, here's what we're going to be talking about today. And then there's various students share a classroom with older students. So I think they're in like 3-year brackets, and you stay in the same class for 3 years before you move to another class. And new younger students will come in and older students will move out, and you interact, and the older students help the younger students, and the younger students actually help the older students, because as it turns out, teaching people is a really great way to help yourself learn. And these have had incredible successes. These are very popular schools in some areas, and they are built on very different educational principles. And likewise, something that I probably disagree ever so slightly with Lexi on is the just ever so slightly, but is this idea that like even that like a governance of some form will necessitate like a boiling down of details. I don't even know if that's the case. I think as technology advances and our ability to educate advances, we would be able to have like highly specialized like you know, nested councils or something along those lines of people who could advise, who could help one another, and who could transmit information highly effectively. And I think there are examples of this. I mean, one such example, and it's not perfect or anarchistic perfectly, but it's certainly something we can look at to learn from, is something like Wikipedia, which has ways of verifying incredibly dense knowledge, like highly specialized knowledge, and still making it functional and accessible to people, because there is because the structure of the thing itself is built in such a way to encourage that as the goal. The goal is, how do we make a free system that's accessible and also you know, and also delivers highly specialized knowledge that isn't full of lies. And that was the goal in how they built that structure. There's still flaws in it. There's things they overlooked. But when we ask ourselves, what is our government currently structured to do? Well, it's very simple. It's an empire. Our government is a corporatist empire. It's designed to perpetuate our ability to go a place, achieve a resource, and yank its riches back to us, and then distribute it based on corporate holdings. That's what our government is currently. It doesn't serve the people at all. We know it doesn't. Every person in this planet knows that it doesn't, even if they say otherwise. Even Republicans who are talking about secession know. Why would they be talking about secession if they thought that the government was actually serving them? It doesn't. We have to build the structures. The structures have to be built with certain things in mind. And I believe, therefore, this sort of ties into the question that you had just asked, which is, I believe that, therefore, like when I think about anarchy, I think about it not only as an end goal, like we will someday, because I don't know what that society will look like. Who fucking knows? By the time we get that thing, we might be like nervous jellyfish floating in we've terraformed our planet, and we're just like all interconnected brains floating to one another, and we, you know, whatever, who cares?
How do you know my true form?
Yeah, exactly.
But
But yeah, I think it's both a philosophy and an approach, and also an end goal. Yeah.
Yeah, but how scalable are these things? Like I've learned a lot in the short amount of time that I've been streaming, right? Because I want to make sure that I can blow out all the conservatives and ruin them in the marketplace of ideas. And so I've learned a lot about our economic system, and I've learned about how financial systems work. And if I understand correctly, anarchism wouldn't have money. Like, how scalable are these ideas? Would there still be like a system as complex as the United States, which does deliver a modicum of wealth to people, right? It doesn't adequately like distribute that wealth, but it does make things cheaper for people, you know, like through like specialization of economies and shit like that. So is are these things transferable over to an anarchist society, or is this something that we're going to see like a fundamental shift in um like in terms of like quality of life? People aren't going to have to worry about housing and food and stuff like that necessarily, but will we see you know, technological advances in the same way, and the distribution of those things to different areas of, like, say, we'll just keep it to the United States. Say someone makes something really fucking great, like
Mhm.
an iPad like 16, right?
Mhm.
And it puts up holograms and shit, and you can taste shit through it.
Yeah.
Um, would that be something that could be distributed throughout an anarchist society, or is this something that would kind of I don't know, section off different parts of the country? Or I mean, there wouldn't be a country, but
Yeah.
in terms of
Well,
what we're saying, yeah.
Society.
I so let's be clear about a couple things.
Mhm.
A Anarchists throughout history have advocated various forms of economic shifts. Some of them are a little goofier than others. Uh, but if we're talking to me, I don't know what Demon Mama thinks here, but if we're
Oh, I can
talking to
share for
me,
sure. Yeah.
um, I believe in communism. I
Mhm.
I think that communism is, I mean, I, I'm a pretty big fan of Marx. I like his writings a lot. I've become less interested in his disciples. People like Stalin, Mao, whoever you want to call. If you want to call
Yeah.
these people his disciples, I've become a little bit less interested
Mhm.
in what these people have to say about economies and communism itself. But I believe in a system in which so we can talk about this a few ways. I don't know quite how you want to approach this here, but I think that so communism, as your ninth grade textbook would tell you, is a stateless,
Yeah.
classless, moneyless society. So some of these can be sort of applicable to different versions of anarchism. Um, and so, for example, the original anarchist communists were, they knew Marx, they knew what he wrote, they summarized some of the things that he wrote, they had a pretty good understanding of him. I mean, there's even Marx literally wrote a letter to the anarchist who summarized his, Capital, Das
Mhm.
Kapital, Capital Volume One, and he was like, "Hey, I've had like a bunch of people send me summaries, and yours is the only good one. Congrats." Uh, so depending on a lot of stuff, but I think that so talking about scalability is a little rough. And so, for example, we could ask some questions like, do you think that um, slavery is okay if it means that the distribution of goods is, more effective?
Well, no, I wouldn't advocate for slavery.
Right. Okay. Um, but would you advocate for some sort of like economic subjugation? Maybe something that's a little, you feel a little freer, right? I don't, I'm not forced to forced, I'm not literally in shackles, forced to work on someone's, in someone's yard
Well,
or
that's our system right
factory.
now. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
if you don't work, then you starve and you die.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
so we can recognize that even if some pieces might not be as, let's call them, efficient as they are now, some of the ways in which we measure these things might be a little unhealthy. So, like the
Oh, sure.
cringe.
I totally agree that we can trade some efficiency for more liberty. I'm totally on board with that. I understand that when we go into like socialism, capitalism is very efficient at growing wealth, but it's not very efficient at distributing wealth, right? From what I understand.
Man, I also would argue, okay, so here's where my take is a little different on this, but I think ultimately, like, our end conclusions are somewhat similar. I'm gonna be a little bold here and preach a bit, because I actually think
Preach to me.
basically
I love
all of those things, all of the things that you brought up would actually be better under anarchic systems. For example, right now, like, people say it, and take it as granted that, like, oh, capitalism's very good at innovation. Capitalism is very good at certain things. I always ask, well, what's your source for that? Because it says that it is, but what I actually see is a whole bunch of functional communes, basically doing really amazing things and then getting clubbed over the head, and then that thing being resold by corporations. Look at like all of tech. All of tech, like the basis of tech was like a bunch of like random people got in their garage, and one of them happened to have money and was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we did this thing? And then they made a cool thing, and then somebody either in the group or out of the group was like, well, wait a second, we could make a whole fucking load of money off of this really cool thing that you built. But they built it like in their garage with like whatever they could scrap together, and they made this amazing thing working together, and then somebody got exploited after that. And that's like 90% of every single product that you have in your house. No person invented the iPhone. A team of millions of people invented the iPhone, and one guy gets to go up on a stage and be the person who gets the credit for making the iPhone, because we're stupid. And you know, and that's what annoys the shit out of me, is that like the best stuff is like, I mean, fuck, like the best shit that we build always comes from these systems where tons of skilled people are able to work together and talk about shit and learn from one another and correct and engage with people in their community. Like, I can think of like an example, just like a small, like sort of frivolous example off the top of my head. There's a game that I really love that's called Dead Cells. Fantastic game, made by a co-op, believe it or not. Made by a co-op, and also has been perpetually updating the game since it launched, and has continually refined itself into a better form of the game. And the game now is way better than it was on launch. And one of the big things that they do is every time they do an update, they take things from their community that their community suggests, and they credit it to their community and everything, who the poster was, who came up with the post and whatever. They list it in the patch notes. And this has allowed the people who play the game to make the game way better. Like, way better. And yeah, there's been a few mistakes here and there, things they've had to revert. But by and large, like, this is like a game that's developed into something that's one of the best games out there, in my opinion. And these are how a lot of things actually work. Innovation, efficiency, people work these problems out when they're not being pit against each other. People being pit against each other in competitive markets is beneficial to the people who are at the top of that market and no one else. And you actually will have a better, like, we've been sold this idea that capitalism is very efficient at inventing things. It's not at all actually very efficient at inventing things. It's very efficient at tricking people into inventing things that are then stolen and make a fuckload of money. Humans are actually what's pretty good at inventing things. Humans working together with each other, collaboration is what invents shit. And so in my mind, like, I think that a more anarchistic society we would see a direct increase in every single thing that we like about our current society, and probably no decrease. There might be some things where, like, due to external factors, there might have to be, like, for example, but I don't think that this is intrinsic to, like, anarchy or communism. And an example of this is, like, it doesn't matter which system we're going forward on, we're gonna have to make some serious changes to our lifestyle with regard to the environment. And in fact, if we keep going with capitalism, oh boy, most of us are going to be living in, well, we're probably going to die of infected water in a couple of years. If you, I mean, yeah, maybe capitalism is really, really great at giving us the iPhone, but 10 years from now, we're all going to be dead and we won't have an iPhone to use. So that kind of sucks. And the way I look at it is like, an anarchic system it better promotes than our current system the exact things that we like. Like, some people talk about, this is one of the memes that gets brought up by right-wingers a lot, about like, Vuvuzuela, like every like 200 toilet papers that are all the same brand, haha. And it's like, well, like, first of all, people naturally desire their own little variances and their own little upgrades, and that's never going anywhere. That's like almost intrinsic to humanity. Our system doesn't even allow you for that. Like think about this. Like, there's fucking people who, for free, totally for free, no benefit of their own except for maybe the praise and adoration of the people around them, will make total conversion mods for some random obscure game that like 10 people play. And they'll put a fuckload of effort into this thing just for the fulfillment of getting to do the thing that they wanted to do. That is much more likely to produce like 10 different breakfast cereals if there's like a bunch of people who really want different breakfast cereals than capitalism is. And in fact, what we see right now is that the price that we pay to have 10 different brands of functionally identical toilet paper, it's not that people value different toilet paper, really. There probably would be, you know, to some degree. People should probably use something other than toilet paper. It's not very good for you. Like wipes, you know, those are good. But the fact of the matter is that like that's like a choice that we're told we like because it perpetuates brands making more money off of charging you 25 cents more for the name brand padded toilet paper and not the Walmart brand poor person padded toilet paper or whatever the fuck you want to come up with. Like, there's 100 different products.
I mean, often these different brands are the exact same thing, just put into different packages. I mean, I think that there are like many brands of bread that are in the same exact factory, literally the exact same bread, but it goes into the Walmart Great Value, and then it also goes into name brand bread. I don't actually look at
on the
bread.
They Live glasses, and all of a sudden you realize that Lucky Charms and what's the fucking Marshmallow Mateys are the exact same thing. Both of them are made by Kellogg or whatever, and it doesn't matter. And you should, you know, probably just buy the cheaper one in our current society. But yeah.
So I think we're kind of around an issue and haven't quite put our finger on it. And I think what we're really, I think the core of this issue is the way in which production and distribution are related to one another. So distribution itself is it's directly part of the production system. Like,
really quick, let me Dylan Burns, thank you for the raid, my friend. Hey everybody, we're talking with Demon Mama and Cyber Witch Lexi. You have a different Twitch name. How do I say that?
I go by Exilaex now.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Exilaex, we're having a great conversation about anarchism because I am a dumb fuck and I don't know anything about lefty theory. No.
The great thing about anarchy is that there's been a whole lot of anarchist himbos in the past, and it's okay to be you can be a part of it. It's great. We love it here, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, I was talking to someone last night, and the stream team that Dylan Burns has put together, I went through everyone and was like, oh, he has a PhD and is researching cancer. Dylan Burns is a boy genius. And I went down the list of everyone's achievements. And I'm like, and I'm the himbo because I'm still going through college. So, but yeah, hey everybody, stick around, and this is a very interesting conversation. I'm enjoying it greatly. So. But yeah, the underlying question about distribution and stuff that you were bringing up.
So these things are pretty directly tied to one another, and more than them being tied to one another, we also have to recognize the way in which consumption let's say reproduces the desire. So under capitalism, you might think, oh, nothing gets produced unless people are buying it, right? But the consumption in the first place, the initial, taking it in, recreates that entire want for it, that feel for it. And it's not that I don't want. So I've when things like this are brought up, it's often that I hear a criticism that this is implying some form of like want for uh pure subsistence or something, that like luxury or whatever you want to call it, comfort is a negative thing. But that's not true. Like but we can't imagine the things that haven't been. Oh my god, I just bit my lip.
Oh no.
We can't imagine the things that haven't been produced, that we haven't consumed before. Like sure, and the people imagine them and develop them off of what exists today, but they're always predicated on what currently exists. You can't have a PlayStation without first developing microchips, and you can't without CDs, without the current downloading, the current state of internet, downloading and uploading. Like all these things develop one another in some form. And I wanted to wrap this back around into your initial question, and I'm now blanking on the initial question of what did you ask?
It was mostly just about distribution and like how like I know that like trading some efficiency for liberty is necessary, and I'm super fine with that because if we're not like we don't have as many liberties as we would think here in the US when it comes to like economic liberty. So yeah.
Yeah, we don't have many, I would argue. In fact, like I think this is one of the things, one of the myths I would like to and strive to put down the most is this idea that capitalism is somehow efficient. If you've worked in like traditionally capitalist high capitalism jobs like sales or insurance or anything like that, you realize there is no such thing as efficiency under capitalism. It's only when it's convenient for the profit, and most of the time it's not. The most efficient system would be gathering up every human, slapping them into a factory, putting like a helmet on top of them that mind controls them, and a hive mind tells us what to do so that we can expand out to every other planet in the galaxy. That would be very efficient. Obviously, we don't want that, but capitalism is not efficient either. It's a bunch of fucking thieves constantly trying to find ways to fuck each other over without anybody else noticing for as long as possible, and often that means deliberately sabotaging the operations that once made their. Oh my god, it's so bad. Like if you want an example of this, look at the history of the rental car industry and how like company after company in this industry would come up with like some cool efficient way to cut their prices down a little bit, and then they would get slightly ahead, and then immediately all of the people on top go, oh shit, we can keep making our income better. And then they go and they do that, and they inflate their own income, they inflate their own wealth and whatever, and then they jump the fuck out, and the company just blows up. And everybody
I'm sorry to interrupt. I gotta go check on something. I heard a big crash, and I think my cats did something stupid. I'll be right back.
Shit. Yeah, no worries.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's fine. We can probably wrap up relatively soon. Because I'm starting to get a bit of a headache. So I might need to halt the streaming for the time being. Plus, I have another stream to do in the morning. But I feel like we've gotten over a lot of really awesome topics, and I don't know if it's possible to anarcho-pill somebody in a single stream, but I feel like we've made a good effort.
I'm less interested about them becoming one, and more interested just about having an understanding that's not I'll be rude, anarcho social democracy.
Yeah, anarcho-soc-dem. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is yeah, we share that interest. I am, I talk about a lot of pragmatic politics, but the way that I view it is the way that I come to the conclusions and analyze them is not with the end goal of just getting Bernie Sanders or a Bernie Sanders alike into office. My goal is, how do we teach people and give them the tools to self-enlighten so that the systems that we have can be completely and utterly rebuilt in ways that are desperately needed. Because we're operating on like systems that were sort of put into place like a couple hundred years ago, and they're pretty shitty. Hey, so I was just saying, probably gonna want to wrap this up here because I'm getting a little bit of a headache, and
Oh, absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
but I hope that we were able to address a lot of the questions that you had, and
Yeah,
if there was any others
absolutely.
you want to do, maybe we could do one more, and then we'll call it for now. And I'm totally open to having this conversation and more again in the future, of course.
Yeah. I'll do one from my chat.
Absolutely.
How does an anarchist society make sure it's meeting everyone's needs?
Hmm.
Uh, well,
And
I
this can be
think
as broad or as narrow as you would like to make it.
I'm gonna go to the one that I would prefer, which is communist, socialist, however you want to describe that, is um I really don't want to get too deep, but are you familiar at all with labor vouchers?
No.
Okay, so Marx described labor vouchers, and labor vouchers are essentially this idea. So money to Marx is a thing that circulates and accumulates, right? Like I go to the store, I buy bread. The money that I paid goes partially to the people who made the bread, partially to the people who owned that business, partially to the person who's sold it to the business that I bought it from. Like it's there's a bunch of people that it gets sold to and involved with, and it accumulates. You can, I work X amount of jobs for X amount of hours, and I have a bank account that holds all of that. And as I, it stays there forever, and I can invest it in capital, and that can make it increase or decrease depending on stocks and all sorts of other stuff. But it grows, it continues to, and Marx basically got into an idea in which socialism being to him lower phase communism. He describes lower and higher phase communism, with lower phase communism being renamed later to socialism, as he describes labor vouchers as a way to do labor and earn something in return that can be exchanged for another product in society. But before that, society and the people within it have to recognize the way in which everything they do is predicated on society. Right? Like I can't work at a factory without the factory existing, right? I can't go make myself, as you said. So I'm going to also hit on another one of the things that you said really, really, really quick, which was,
Yeah.
what if someone designs, they have this really cool iPhone, iPad 3000, right? Whatever. And the ability to have free and equal access to all of the means of production, all of the society, means that when someone designs that and when that exists in society, you can have people that create it or receive something for what they create, and also that can be procured by people uh, uh, through the labor that they also do for something else entirely. One, so he described it as one labor hour for one um, uh, per piece of thing that you do. That was a bad way to describe it. So like my labor value, if it took me 10 hours to do something, to create a thing, that would be 10 labor vouchers, essentially a labor voucher worth 10. And I don't want to get too deep into how how things would be priced in this system, because that's not super important. But I mean, it is important, but it's not, getting into it here, it would take too long. And
It's very
basically what I want to describe is labor vouchers would only apply to things that are outside of the continuation of society. So like, do you need an iPad 3000 for the continuation of society? No. Would they still be maybe cool to have? Absolutely. Like some cool piece of technology, whatever the technology is, absolutely. That, like, there would still be things that are, fun and pleasurable and comfortable, and these would still be created, but the labor that comes first is necessary, like the for the continuation of society, that there has to be the societal deduction, if you will. And that's how you would begin to make sure that everything is actually taken care of, that all of the people of society are taken care of, because they are society. We are the, the products of hundreds of millions of, labor, hours of labor from dead people that's, accumulated into where we are today. And that will continue for as long as people will exist. And in doing so, we have to understand our position here, which is a society, a world, an entire world that has to. I don't want humans to disappear. I would like our existence to continue. So in this continuation comes the next step of, we'll call it a super civilization or something, like the understanding, your actual recognition of this your place in labor itself, in continuing societies. Marx says that capitalism, every laborer, we're all part of, this thing in a very indirect way, right? Like when I go to my job, I don't, there's not like an understanding of my position in the entire system, right? Like I'm doing my one thing and I stand there and I do it. I go home, I do it tomorrow. I stand there, I do my one thing. It's very indirect, but he describes a very direct system of we understand our thing. Like we're here, we're working through it. You don't have to be doing one thing forever. You have the freedom and equal access to do all of the production of society, all of the continuation of it. There will be multiple things that need to be done, and multiple things that he says, and I think this quote's really good. He says that pull it up right here. Free activity for the communists is the creative manifestation of life arising from the free development of all abilities of the whole person. And I think that's what I want. I want all of the aspects and abilities of a person to be developed through society, for society. It's a very I want to transcend that individualist collectivist divide here. It's both. We are simultaneously beings that want to be free, want to develop ourselves, and also rely on each other. Yeah. I don't know.
We're
There's my
individuals
spiel.
in a collective, and I think that I like the idea of like one thing I try to hammer into people that watch me is that, like, if society were to collapse and we all just decide to be individuals, like have fun with that. If you're like walking around the woods hunting and then you like sprain your ankle, have fun sleeping in the creek, right? But if we all work together, then we don't all die, right? We might eventually like die out if we don't work together, but together we're much stronger and we can create much better things and achieve much higher goals. So this has been a very
if I could touch on this one question before we end, like I think there's a couple of things I could touch on here that'd be very interesting. First of all, is a recommendation for people who want to envision a communist post-scarcity society. There's a great one in a wonderful piece of fiction that I love very much, called The Void Trilogy, which is a sequel to the Commonwealth Trilogy. It's called Higher Society. And Higher Society is it's a communist society where people come from all over the galaxy, and when you join Higher Society, there's all these assumptions and things. You're educated about the entire thing. There's a whole process by which you join the society. All of your needs are taken care of, and there is a currency, kind of. It's a pseudo currency. There's everyone is given these sort of energy credits that are representations of the total energy output of the society as a whole. It's very clear how this particular thing that you're able to get nice little bonuses for yourself or for your project or whatever, how that ties into the overall society as they work together. And And if you look up, you don't even have to read the series if you don't want to, although it is a wonderful sci-fi series that really tackles like the different directions that humanity could go as technology develops. It's really like classically sci-fi in that way, in that it challenges you to think about what types of worlds are possible. The higher society, the way it's described is really, really interesting. And the way that things work within higher society is very different than what we understand. The currency is not some sort of like sacrosanct, like standing alone thing that buys you happiness. It's simply a representation of what everyone shares in, being a part of the society and contributing to the society and functioning in the society and doing the things that you do, which bring value to it. And you being a part of it is valuable in and of itself, because the society benefits from you being a part of it and you bringing your ideas and your unique perspective from it. This is something that I wish more people would realize, which is that money is fucking made up. And I know that sounds like a meme, and like people like Destiny and shit like that will be like, it's stupid, but it is literally just made up. We took some math and we said, hey, this is kind of a cool way for us to calculate the value. Do you even know what a dollar is? Does any person on this planet know what a fucking dollar means anymore? Nobody fucking knows. You can't even use the Big Mac scale anymore. Like, you can't even know, like, oh yeah, if I work for 3 hours, I'm going to be able to get 10 Big Macs or whatever the fuck it is. You can't even do that anymore. It's just some piece of paper that kind of vaguely associates with the general wealth of your country as a whole, but it's actually tied to petroleum, and it's completely idiotic. And some people have so much of it that they can literally buy Matryoshka yachts that go inside out of each other, and other people, you have enough to buy a French fry and then you die. So like, I wish people would realize that money is a tool, and that we can build like currencies in or ways of sharing things, different systems in like 100,000 different ways. There's a million different mathematical systems we could use for determining like, what do we do? Because like, I think that some sort of like value or something representation is probably going to be used in some way, for some time, but there's different ways we can calculate this. Right now, our money is just every single time you see a dollar, you might as well just imagine Jeff Bezos just flipping you off. And that's basically what every single dollar represents in our current system. You have no idea what made that, why you're getting it, like if you really did anything worth doing it. Some people will work a job where they just stand and look at the ceiling groaning all day because they don't actually have anything to do with their job. Other people will slave all day pounding rocks into dust at like a literal rock breaking factory, which there's one behind my house. I know firsthand there's at least 25 or 30 people that do that. So yeah, it's one of those things where in a system, in like an anarchic system, first of all, I'm one of those people, people get mad at me about this, but I'm one of those anti-work people. I don't think that people should be compelled to work. I think that people will self-motivate out of a sense of need, and therefore, and from that assumption about humans, that humans more or less, barring very specific circumstances, will actually self-motivate to do things. We do it all the time. Again, don't believe me? Go look at how many Skyrim mods there are that don't need to exist, yet people still made them because they were passionate about having a big titty vampire or whatever. Like, okay, that's awesome.
There's real world examples of this. Like in Sweden, the people have a very, very strong social safety net. They don't necessarily have to work there, but I mean, they're strongly encouraged to, but they don't necessarily have to. They can take time off of work in order to, like, you know, if they want to start their own business, or if they want to do something else, take care of a family member, they can do that. But even though they don't necessarily have to, people still do.
Yes, of course.
Why? Because people like to produce things. People like to have some purpose in life. And a lot of the purpose that people get is producing something or creating something and seeing how that does, you know?
Yeah. We've become like slaves to a certain type of currency, like a certain interpretation or to currency in general. In a way that I think is we need to break ourselves out from that, because the fact of the matter is that most of our lives is not based on any sort of currency exchange, except it's very weird here in America, especially. I think it's like starting, like, I mean, I think it has for some time, but I think it's getting particularly bad now, where like a lot of people I know, their parents basically are like, oh yeah, you like owe me for having you, and like for giving you a house space. Well, it's like, no, that's not how it works. Like, we bring value to one another for different reasons. Like, the reason why you take care of your kid is because then you get to have a kid. Then you get to have somebody who you get to watch grow up and live a happy life. It's valuable in and of itself. And then, you know, the kids usually take care of their parents because, oh, you love your parent. There's a bond there. And that goes for all kinds of other things. We do this all the time. Why don't why do we pretend that everything must be incentivized with cold hard cash when we know there are other incentive systems that are actually healthier for us? And that's the way that I tend to look at that particular problem. And also, again, part of the reason why I believe that as we move towards more anarchic, more communistic structures, we will actually have a more beneficial, more efficient, and a happier world. I just think it's a better system in every way. And then, of course, like, to tie this around, because I know that you said, like, the pragmatism stuff is important to you. Well, guess what? A lot of us right now are already living some, like, primordial form of whatever society is going to come. Because a lot of us right now only are here because of random mutual aid things. Like I only have this chair that I'm sitting in because my viewers for some reason thought that I was valuable enough to toss money my way so that I could have this chair so that I stop hurting my back. Like, and now my squid has the old broken chair, which is great. But like that is,
if anyone wants to give me money for a new chair so I stop screeching all over the place when I lean back, hey, chat.
good time to get a chair, by the way. But yeah, like, I mean, we do stuff like this all the time. Right now, America is like, people say America runs on Duncan. No, America currently runs on mutual aid. Like, I'm not kidding you. Do you know how many GoFundMes? Like, there's like a lot of Americans who'd be dead right now if it wasn't for like GoFundMe existing. And yeah, that's like in our current system, you know, that it involves changing money. But the fact of the matter is that people are spending their money to sustain other humans because it's intrinsically valuable and they want to see those other humans happy. And we should take note of that and go, oh, wait a second, maybe we could build a society that kind of like recognizes that instead of pretends that like we all actually hate each other and want each other to die and want to like choke each other out for a penny or something. Like, maybe we should consider that a little bit. And I do think that anarchic and communistic in a larger scale, like, those solutions do actually posit that type of world and that type of structure. So yeah. Anyway, so this has been a great talk. My head is hurting, so I'm going to say
I don't want to keep you
goodbye for now. But I would hope that we could all collaborate again in the future. And as the unwilling subjects or the partially willing subjects of the modern serfdom that is streaming, we will engage in defiant and revolutionary mutual aid by helping one another make content and encouraging one another. Isn't that kind of cool? Kind of an interesting way of looking at things.
And I was actually going to ask right before we go, if either of you guys, like in the near future, I'm going to try my hand at like the video essay stuff. If you guys would be interested in helping me like write, like if I can send you guys scripts and like have you guys tell me, well, actually that was wrong as fuck. Let me actually correct it. What I want to, after my first big one that I want to do with my roommate, I want to go through different anarchic political ideologies, starting with anarcho-communism, you know, and then do some of the sillier ones like anarcho-primitivism and ANCAP, and like just like go through these things.
Careful. And careful calling Anprim silly. They might get you. They might get you with a club or a rock. Yeah,
no, I think I can hear some people going ooga booga outside my room, outside my house right now. But what I want to explore these things because I find political theory very interesting. I'm going to school for political science, and making people more aware of these things, especially as socialism is on the rise. I want to make these things known, make people know why libertarian anarcho-capitalism is dumb as fuck, and you know, like, bring awareness to these things. As small as my channel is right now, maybe we can, as I grow, I can have my audience disseminate these things and have people understand the why people believe the things that they do.
Sure.
So yeah, absolutely. And I've really enjoyed this conversation. It's been super fun. I don't want to keep Diamana any longer than we have to because of her headache. But yeah, anytime you guys are down to chat, please shoot me a DM because I'm
100%.
always happy to have conversations with people.
Absolutely. And thank you both for coming on.
Yeah, of course.
We've been, my chat has been full of people using the guest command to find out where you all are at. So that, I think, is a good sign.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I've really, really loved this conversation with both of you. Lexi, of course, thank you for coming on and talking about Lord of the Rings nerd shit with me. It was very, very fun.
Yeah.
And Anarchy nerd shit,
had
which
fun with
was
that
really
too.
Wait, y'all were talking about Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the first part of the
Oh
stream.
shit!
We were talking about lore.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's
it was fun.
that's my shit. I love like fantasy and sci-fi lore.
Nice.
I know Warhammer lore is like the one I know the most about, but Lord of the Rings is like second after that. So
Yeah.
Okay.
Good choices. I mean, we were talking about the comparisons between. No, we can't get back into it. Okay.
okay,
So,
okay,
It was very
sorry.
fun. Goodbye,
Yeah.
everybody. Please be safe.
Yeah.
Bye. Talk
Have
to
a
you
good
both
night.
soon. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, everyone. All right. Thank you all for watching today. Thank you all very much for watching today. Yeah, Rivera Steve, I'm sorry, but I don't think I got it in me to do the conversation. However, I would like to talk to you about it in the future. It sounds like you have some good contentions, and I would love to do that at some point, but my head is actually hurting and my eyes are starting to hurt, so I'm going to go rest a bit. However, I will be on tomorrow morning on a debate panel. Shit! Fuck! Oh my god, I forgot! I forgot! I have to ask. Hold on. Let me ask Lexi. Actually, okay, I'll do this after. All right. I know this is hardly a long stream for me. I know this has been a lower than average. I don't know. I might jump on Discord at some point, but I need to rest some, I think, because tomorrow morning I will be going on a panel, so keep an eye out for the alert in the morning. Much love to all of you. Thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you all. I hope you enjoyed the conversation. I know it was a bit longer form and dense and theory-driven, but it means the world to me, and I will see you all soon with some motherfucking spicy and fun content, okay? The eye thing? Eyeballs? Good night, everyone. Bye. Mwah.